Hey everybody, how are y'all doing? Does everything sound okay? Just making sure. Um, I know I sound off. I've been sick, so we're gonna try and see if we can make this work. How are y'all doing? See Al, hello, Kiss Off, Chessboard, Lily, MAGA Patriot, What Life, Dorinda. It's good to see all of y'all. Are y'all gonna let me know if it's okay? Does it sound okay? Okay, I'm losing the comments. Oh, there we go. Hey, Mary. Good to see you, Pat. Diddle and Dandy. What's new, Al? So I was over at Shad's listening to some, what you call it, tactics, I guess. Um, so that's where Carl is. Hey, Marshmallow Man. Good to see you. Um, Man, where do I want to start? Okay, first of all, Benjamin. We've all been worried about Benjamin. We haven't seen him. He's okay. He's been tired. He's going to the doctor Tuesday. So keep him in prayer that everything's okay. I saw that, Mary. Oh, Pat's cooking another roast. Yum. um, let's see. I haven't seen Bruce, but haven't seen him on the site he gave me to look at. So that's still a good thing. Keep hanging in there, Bruce. Keep the fight up. Keeping you in prayer too. Hey, Wapla, Cola. Good to see y'all. Let me think if there's anybody else I have an update for. Mm. Oh, Apple Dumpling. Keep Apple Dumpling in prayer. She is in LA, and the air quality, she said, has been pretty bad. She said yesterday was a little better. So, yeah, they're really struggling over there. Best Life, good to see you. Y'all need to check out Best Life. He does some amazing things over there outside in the shed. Beautiful knives. um, let's see. And Apple Dumpling has her home. They can use help with awnings and roofs and stuff like that. If anyone wants to go help out in California, that's what she's got going on. Prepper 101, good to see you. Thanks for coming. Okay, what else? Oh, yes. Okay. I think Al will understand this. So I was in a chat and there was 4 men on a panel, and one of them had this beautiful big black dog, real shiny, beautiful dog. And but I was sitting there listening, talking in chat, and when he came up, I was like, okay, who's the hottie with the big dog? And strangely, people started telling me he's not available. He's taken. He's married. And I was like, oh my goodness. I was just asking him, not wanting to take him home. And so, y'all guys know me. Is it not okay to just joke around or be flirty, or I don't know what you call it? Oh, what do you call it? I don't know. Hey, Sharon. Good to see you. So anyway, don't jump to conclusions about people, I guess is the message I'm trying to get across there. I know, Al. Yes, I think a lot of us are. And you know what? You know what? The good thing that came out of that, though, it made him smile. Just me saying that made that man smile. He could have been having a really crappy day. We don't know. But he smiled. Leaving a smile is free. It doesn't take a lot of effort. Kiss him. Okay, so y'all see the title. There's a reason I chose that song. And um, so I, I can't share music here. Exactly, Al. Thank you. Um, but sometimes they are, no, well, I'm just joking. So I'm going to read y'all the lyrics to this song because I keep hearing that all these movies have messages. Well, a lot of the songs have messages too. Miss Mindersoo, good to see you. Ugh, I'm sorry if I sound horrible, y'all. I'm going to try not to sound all yucky, sick. The IRS has messages. I don't want any of their messages. Okay. A woman on the radio talks about revolution when it's already passed her by. Bob Dylan didn't have this song to sing about. He knew it feels good to be alive. I was alive and I waited. I was alive and I waited for this right here, right now. There is no other place I want to be. Right here, right now, watching the world wake up from history. Hey, Kim, good to see you. Oh, I saw the decade end when it seemed the world could change. At the blink of an eye, if anything, then there's your sign of the times. And then it goes into the I was alive lyrics again. And the last one, right here, right now. There's no other place I want to be, right here, right now. Watching the world wake up. I just thought that was kind of interesting. It was going to be a deep question. No, no. And, but there's a guy that does a really good version of this. So let's see. Oh man, I messed that up. Well, oh well. I don't know which one's going to drop. We'll see which one's going to drop. No, don't play. Okay. Uh, uh, Okay, I'm working with two devices here. I got my laptop. It I can do some things on it, but I can't I can't I don't have any audio on it. Well, I do if I listen to something, but I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. So that's the song, and he does a really good job of it. Now, I lost where I was. The cat, good to see you. Yes, Al. Cheryl. All right, I'll take it. Go ahead. And that's one thing, y'all. I have some pretty thick skin. Uh, You're not gonna, you're not gonna, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. Chessboard did a red skeleton video. Well, I'm gonna have to check that out. Hey, Jen, good to see you. Amen, Pat. Al, I don't even know if I have any feelings anymore. I mean, I know I do, but it's, it, um, sometimes your heart can be broke irreparably, I think. I don't know. I don't know. So, oh yeah, I'm gonna put this link. I don't know if Wildlife is still out there and wants to come up. Four Corners Report, good to see you. How are you this evening? Um, so cool. I was able to do that. I don't want to pin it because of last time. Um, if I don't know you yet, I would appreciate you not trying to come up on the panel. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. Um, yes, Al, and I understand that too. And I do love, it's just, um, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Good one, Al. I mean, not Al. Wildlife. That's right, the cat. And the cat, if you want to come up, you're welcome. I have the game. If y'all want to play the game, or I don't know, it's Saturday night, or it's just hanging out. And cheesecake and hugs. Oh, man, my face hurts. Y'all ever have when your face hurts? I'm so ugly, I hurt. Stockholm syndrome. Oh. Hey, Eric. Thank you. Good to see you. Much love, Eric. Yeah, I don't know what Stockholm Syndrome is. I have my window open because it was really warm today. It always does that when the Arctic freeze is going to hit. It gets warm and then boom. And our low tonight is 25, I think. Right now it's 46. It was 60, 59 or 60, something like that today. So now I'm seeing it for the next week. Um, I have a daughter with a birthday next week, and we have a couple of people with birthdays on Monday. So I'm going to go live Monday for the birthdays. I know it's inauguration day, and I know that I can't share that. I know that y'all will be watching it somewhere, I'm sure, but um, I can miss it. I'm sure I'll hear about it or see it later. I just, um, after the last one and the words, him saying he was giving it back to the people, and I didn't see any change in that order. And so I'm just not real interested in watching. Yes, brew, thank you. Water drip. We've been pretty good about that. Um, if I don't think of it, the girls do. That's the good thing about having a couple others with you and trying to remember all the tasks and everything that needs to be done before a freeze. So I'll be busy tomorrow. Today, I've just really, I got a few things accomplished, but not anything like I wanted to. Um, I threw my back out, and so been on the heating pad with it when I can sit down, and been just not feeling good. And so I kind of slept a lot too. I almost dozed off and didn't come alive because I would have slept right through it. That's, I believe that too, Miss Menderson. Did Pat say, been writing cursive all day to my grandson? That's awesome, Pat. I always spend time with family. Interesting, Brew. Yeah, I just heard earlier that the um, speculation reason that it was moved into the inside of a building was because of a possible air attack on DC or something. I don't know. Yeah, Mary. I don't know. It's just it's a crazy time. But here we all are witnessing. It is history. This is history in the making right here. And it's, um, you know, just keep your minds open, stay in prayer, and be ready for anything. That's, um, it could be a power outage. It could be internet, um, all that stuff. We don't know. Um, you know, I did see that Trump was going to give a 90-day, um, what they call it, I don't know, wait 90 days to actually take down TikTok. Um, oh, I hear somebody. What life?
Can you hear me?
Yes. How
Yeah,
are you
good.
doing? Turn up my volume. There we go. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing well. I can't complain, man.
Yeah. And Al, what you said about the TikTok being the problem. Funny thing is, in that thing, I don't know what it would be called, an order or whatever, is a whole lot more. It would affect all of us.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Like most of the bills and stuff they pass, the name really doesn't have much to do with what it's going after. The objective is totally different.
Yes. There you go. Navy vet just said it. PA 2.0, the
Oh, yeah.
digital age. Yep, the cat, I believe a new reality is coming to us. I just hope it's a good one. I'm afraid it's going to get a little more bumpy. Maybe. I don't know. Has freeze hit you yet? What?
Oh, not yet. Shoot, we got some rain earlier and it kept it kind of warm. We got up to, I think, like 61, and we're only getting down to 52 tonight.
Oh, wow.
So,
That's good.
probably about like you said, it warmed up a little bit right before the Snowpocalypse 2.0 next week.
Yes.
I doubt we'll get much. They say the best chance of wintry mix we got's Tuesday, but it keeps decreasing every day I check it. It decreases, so who knows?
Yeah. Hey, Stan Salone, good to see you. I think, I can't remember. Seems like it's Wednesday when we're supposed to have a chance of the frosty mix. And so, um, well, my daughter knows she's going somewhere. Her husband has planned a retreat for her birthday. This is one of the big ones. And so um, he's taken her. So I'll have little one all week. And so we'll have fun together. We'll have her to snuggle with.
There you go.
Yep. Oh my goodness, Miss Menderson.
Mm.
Yep. I, and I've seen it nationwide. I need to just look and see when has it ever been nationwide. I
What's
gotta
that?
know the freeze, like like
Uh, I was watching some weather theorologist this morning, and they said that some records could be broken as far as the widespread coverage of snow. Um, I didn't
wow,
listen too in depth to see what the record or when the record was, but yet they say some records could be broke this coming week.
isn't that something? Hmm.
But I don't know.
Amen to cat.
We could get a little bit down here, but I mean, it's just mainly going to affect the people that would normally get snow anyways. It's going to be colder in some places, but
Yeah.
people
Okay.
that live in those climates, most of them, they prepare and kind of know what's coming this time of year.
Yeah. Waiting for y'all to join us. Donna,
And
it's
I,
good to see you.
and I was I was scrolling on the Facebook this morning and saw where somebody said, "Man, I hope we get a foot of snow." And there was like 50 comments under it. Was like, "Yeah, I hope we get a lot of snow." And I'm thinking, man, these people really have probably have never seen a foot of snow that's asking for a foot of snow.
No. And if y'all are like us, it'll just shut you down completely.
Oh yeah, just the myth of a foot of snow will get us shut down.
Yep.
The fact I'm even mentioning it right now will probably get me shut down.
North Florida. Yeah, I saw that beach army. That's where my stepmother is.
Yeah,
Yankee, good to see you.
yeah, down there in the all the way into North Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Something else. No, I don't. Well, okay. I'd rather see snow than ice. That's for sure. Because ice
Yeah.
is a lot harder to drive on, no matter where you're at. I've seen 50-car pileups up north. Al, saying us Southerners can't drive them. I can drive in snow. Snow is not a problem. It's the ice, the black ice that's underneath it. Yes. Yeah, the young ones will be happy with snow because they can play in it and snowball fights and not something that they ordinarily get to do. And it is pretty, but it is cold. I said, I'm already ready. I'm done. I'll give it one more month and the cold better stop.
Yeah, we've definitely here where I live at, we've had more cold days this winter so far than we had the entire winter last year, or probably a couple more before that for that matter.
Yeah, that same here. It I can remember it getting down to freezing, I think about 3 times last year. And it's been pretty consistent this time. Hey, D-Dog.
Yeah, I think we broke that record within the first 2 weeks.
I know. And dripping my water, I'm not on a well. We'll see what my water bill's gonna be like. But as soon as it warms up enough, I shut it off.
Yeah.
Keep the cabinets open under the sinks and hey Chuck, good to see you. You wanna come up?
Big Chuck. Yeah, I hadn't really
Mm,
watched a whole lot of news the last couple of days, so I don't really know what's going on.
I haven't much. Just what's been being sent to me, and some of the stuff, some of the shorts. Um, okay, Chuck, let me know. Yeah, I don't know. There was something 1,500 or more people. Where was that? That was in another country, wasn't it?
What's
UK?
that?
Seems like there was something with a quite a bit of people. Yeah, I don't know. I know that I saw a UK hospital. I think it was in the UK. I'm not sure where it was. And but the hospital was overloaded. They've got people in the corridors, they've got people in the bathrooms, just laying in the bathrooms on those cold floors, trying
Mm.
to treat them. If somebody passes, they don't it could be hours before they know because they're so short staffed and overwhelmed. And it's just the flu. Hey, MAGA Patriot, they're not calling it anything else. They said that this is just the seasonal flu. Yes.
I
Hmm.
imagine so. It went extinct for what, like 4 years?
Hmm.
So I mean, yes, finally came back. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Same Al. If yep. I know the fog disappeared. The drones disappeared. All the weird
Dr-
stuff just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, we've had so many news flashes since then, and drones. It's just so 2024. You know, it's just so last
Mhm.
year.
Be charming. Good question. A lot of them were having breathing issues, saying that they couldn't breathe.
Hmm.
And that fog was worldwide, so no, I don't know. I won't conspiracy it. But I have questions. Hey, John Dunning, good to see you.
Always more questions than answers.
Really, John? Could you drop her link? Or, well, if she just changed her name, it'd still be the same link, right? That is weird. Dave's not here. How are you
Man,
doing?
Dave's here, man.
Much love to
Hard,
you.
it's hard to catch that guy. He's pretty elusive. He's never here.
Toxic fog was the offending thing. I'm telling you, the cat knows some things. Y'all pay attention. A lot of people who have worked with or around things we don't know anything about. Thank you, John.
Oh yeah.
We may suspect, but we don't know. Hey, Jeannie, good to see you.
Man, I ain't
Um,
seen Camo. He must have went to the disco convention.
yeah, he was over at a defense speaking.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty defensive.
You know, all I can do is all I can do. Um, that's I know last night out up on Indies, I was talking about around here and that it is a small community and we do know each other. There are new people and I try to get to know the new people, watching them on Facebook, listening to what they're saying and um looking at their pictures. Um, whatever their icon is, if if they're if they have their actual picture on their icon. Um, so if you see them, who it is. Um, and so I don't know if I sounded kind of, um, I was not bragging at all. It was just fact. And, um, just want to make sure nobody took it that way. And so my girls, all of my kids, my grandkids, they know how to hunt. They know safety. They know, it, it's it's just been a way of life for us always, ever since we moved to the country. Um, and so those things could come in handy if necessary. But again, we're a bunch of girls, but everyone seems to think that women are crazy and can go off the handle. So as long as they keep thinking that, that's okay.
Always good to be underestimated.
That's right.
Any advantage somebody can give you is your advantage to use, you know?
I've thought about dressing like Granny and looking like a helpless little old lady just to go ahead and think that. Hey, D-Dog. My ex is crazy. No, I mean, there are some exceptions on both sides out there.
Oh, definitely.
Hey, James, good to see you. Right, the cat? Be charming. I know. I just, you know, a lot of the men, when they're talking about protecting the property and all those things, um, one of the things that keeps coming up is what the marauders do to women. And I know that's a horrible subject, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know what would detour that besides stay protected. That's sweet. Mega Patriot. Telegram. I used to be on Telegram. Since I got this new phone, I've tried to limit the apps that I put on here. I don't know if it's just me. I kind of think the apps have a way of making your phone not work right. True be charming. I have all the stuff I was told to get at the very beginning. Even as far as 6 mil garbage bags and duct tape. I know that sounds horrible, but oh. Okay. Y'all need to get me in a better position. I need to quit thinking about all the.
Yeah.
I should.
How did we get on the duct tape and garbage bag topic? Where
I
did this
should.
go?
I should have stayed out of that chat. Yep, life's a journey.
Here comes the rain again.
So I am now. Boy, we haven't had any rain. I cut down all my tomato vines and got that cleared out, and I have like 15 plants inside my house. None of them are producing plants. It's just my plants that were in pots that I didn't want to freeze. And but I am thinking about starting some vegetables in the house, and I'll probably wait another month before I start the starts. Is that what they call them? Starts?
Yeah, your
Season?
seeds
Yep.
or if you want to do like any early spring stuff, like any I don't know, maybe spinaches or lettuce or maybe some peas. I don't know if you do those type of things. You can start those in the next few weeks, probably more than likely. But
Oh
then
yeah.
February you start your like your peppers and your tomatoes or pretty much anything really. 'Cause I
Yep.
imagine probably after March you start bringing your stuff outside somewhere around in there. I imagine.
Yes.
Um,
And Dollar General seeds are just fine. I don't think. I
yeah, I was going through my seeds the other day trying to get a game plan on how much of what I want to plant and different things, and
yeah.
definitely going to do uh more herbs and edible flowers, that type of thing for like teas and certain things. Definitely going to
Hmm.
do more of that this year.
That's a good idea. And they sell seeds for dandelions, don't they?
Oh yeah, you can get dandelions or
That's
uh
what I thought.
I mean I don't know how your area is. I know here where I'm at, they're everywhere. Um and you can, I mean, you could always go out and harvest them. Just try to stay away from like major roads and stuff like that where they would spray them.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can get dandelions.
It's been above normal in Alaska this winter. Really. I haven't talked to my cousin up there. I don't. Tupela, good to see you. South Louisiana. Looking forward to it. Well,
Just hopefully we get some rain this summer. Last year was brutal. That was the biggest downside. There's no rain.
yeah. And I have not seen any dandelions growing around anywhere around me. So
Really?
that's why I was thinking maybe if I plant some. I know that I had a lot of the, um, I know we have mullein and
Mullen.
something else. Is mullein and lamb's ear the same thing?
Um, as far as that, I'm not sure. I don't think so. It could be. You know how one plant could have several different names. You know, you might call something one thing in your area, and I call it something different here. You know.
Yeah, I don't know, but um, whatever that is with the white flowers on the top. But see, I'm not good enough at identifying because I know there's copy plants, and so I'd rather grow it myself so I know exactly what I have.
Yeah. And then look into like the plants and stuff that's native to your area that's good for you. And you can always grow them because you know they're going to grow well for your area.
Yeah.
Or
Team on Merkle, good to see you.
stuff like lavender or chamomile or like lemon balm or peppermint, stuff like that. Basil,
Yeah.
oregano.
And a lot of that is stuff that you can grow inside
Oh
year
yeah,
round.
most of those things are easy to grow,
Mm-hmm.
especially like lemon balms and peppermints. You want to put them in their own container because they're going to pretty much take over whatever you put them in.
Oh, wow. And clover. Oh, I'd love to have clover. I remember I used to chew on clover when I was a kid. Peppermint was spread like crazy. I did
Oh
not
yeah,
know that.
oh yeah. Stuff in those families like lemon balm and peppermint. Yeah, you want to keep those in containers or like pots. They'll take over your whole bed.
But isn't that a good thing? If it was
Well,
like a ground
well,
cover?
that, but you want to kind of keep it contained, you know,
Yeah.
because even if you had like a average container size of just one of lemon balm and one of peppermint, it would give you plenty because it's just going to keep growing.
Yeah. All mints grow crazy. Huh. I haven't, I don't, there was something I tried and I killed it.
Uh,
I can't remember what it was, but the like garlic and the onions, the green onions, celery, those things, those are easy to grow inside. Um, I definitely want lettuce and cabbage this year. I want more um, greens that
yeah.
I have not been doing. All I was thinking about was peppers and tomatoes and onions for salsa because we go
Oh
through
yeah.
a lot of salsa here.
There's nothing like homemade salsa.
Mm-hmm.
Or well, if you like that type of stuff, grow cilantro. You know, that's another good herb.
Yeah, and the girls can eat it still. I can't, but um, what Al said right there, the migrants are fleeing climate change. I saw this video. This poor guy, he's standing out there and he's all, they lied to me. They lied. And he said, "What?
Uh,
Look at this white stuff everywhere. I'm going back to Africa." And I was like, I was laughing so hard. He was just, and then the guy filming, he's like, how are you going to get there? And he goes, I don't care. I walk. I am, I am not staying here. They lied to me. And he just kept on. I don't care how much money they paid me. I'm going back to Africa. I mean, he was kind of saying it all right there, but it was too funny.
Man, yeah, I think about that. Unless it's like, I don't know, somebody coming from like a European country or something like that. Most people, yeah, they don't experience snow on a regular basis.
No, no. Even south of Mexico, those people that came from down there, no, they're not used to how they
No,
do get snow. Well,
unless you're living in higher elevations, yeah, you're not getting much snow.
yeah. I mean, I'm sure some places in Africa get snow, but wherever he was from, nope.
Oh yeah.
He was not happy. He was really on a rant. I have so many videos that I want to share with y'all, and in my I keep emailing them to me, but I have no way to share them. One of these days, when we need a good laugh or something.
It's coming down good now.
Oh my goodness, I hear it, and it's not even Easter in Georgia. Wow, the cat. Hmm. Yeah, that's true, Mary. Yeah, my tomatoes didn't do anything through the summer, and all of a sudden they just went poof.
Yeah, it was some of my pepper plants. I was still picking them until December. They were still producing.
Yes, be charming. That's true, Mary. Lied to for years. Wait, what is that? If you do not have VPN when using TikTok and are in the US, when you search chemtrails now, nothing comes up.
Huh.
VPN set to another country. Hmm. Jerry, I grow mine in, well, they're not 5-gallon buckets. They're the big round plastic pots. The frontal boundary is at your door. What does that mean?
Who said that?
The cat?
Oh no.
Check your door.
No, nobody's out there.
Okay.
Maybe they're on the way.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting the host guest this evening.
Yeah, I like the Roma tomatoes the best. The girls like the cherry and grape tomatoes, so that's all we grew this year, but I will have my Romas. They make the best salsa.
Yeah, they're good for like salsas and then you
Yes,
know like
tomato
some of your
sauce.
like cherry tomatoes. They're good like in salads or I don't know maybe sautéed with some pasta or something like that.
Yes.
Or just in a pasta salad. Summertime fresh salad.
I cheated today. I made a soup for me and I put pasta in it. I was like, I gotta have, I don't know, just craving it, I guess. Or maybe I needed the carbs. What did I just see? The only reason there is an issue with TikTok is in Google. Any from it? That's not what I saw. Oh, I should have known it was from Gmail. Amish paste. I don't know where to get that, D-Dog. We don't have Amish people around here. Do you dance, Wildlife?
Sometimes the mood calls. The mood calls for it.
I think that could have been what I did. It was either loading up stuff at my mama's, or there was good music playing. What were we watching? And I was like dancing over here, and I really was dancing in the kitchen. Or it's part of this crud, whatever it is. My daughter had it the whole time we were out at my mama's, and it's my turn now. She just had it for 3 days, so I'm hoping it just 3 days gone.
How many days has it been so far?
Well, I wasn't really feeling good yesterday, so um,
It's
maybe
all
this is
downhill now.
well, and and I remember her doing this. She'd be ice cube freezing 1 minute and then just burning up the next, and that's what I've been doing today. So I think one more day of um, just getting good sleep, and I've got my vitamin C and cough syrup, lemon tea, and I'll be all right.
Oh yeah. Stay hydrated.
Oh yeah, I have been extremely thirsty, so guzzling water.
That's what my mom said when I was out there a couple weeks ago and she wasn't feeling too good. She said, "Man," she said, "I am just extremely thirsty."
Hmm.
Like she couldn't drink enough water.
Yeah, been going through bottles of it. I don't just get one at a time, I get two at a time because I know. I will, Cola. Thank you.
Jinx, you owe me a cola.
John, I think that's the way we need to get back to. That's My daughter was like, "You expect us to go back to the pioneer days?" And I said, "No, just growing food and trying to make what we need, what we can." And she's like, "Yeah, that's a pioneer days." And I said, "Oh my goodness. I'm not telling you to get rid of everything. No TV, no nothing. Just adding a few things to do. It's good for you to get out there and play in the dirt, and then it's a good feeling to harvest it.
Oh yeah, I enjoy the whole process. Really, it's
Yeah,
peaceful and relaxing to me.
the results of your labor, and
And just even if people live like in neighborhoods, just imagine if everybody had a garden, if everybody did that, you know?
Yep.
I mean, if nothing else, you're going to save a little bit, but then you're talking. Sorry about that. Went down the wrong pipe.
I
But yeah, you
understand.
share stuff, you know, like you grow tomatoes, I grow peppers. We exchange a little bit, or, you know, I don't know. You've
Yeah.
got bees, you make honey, you trade your honey for things.
Yeah. Honey is a big one.
Oh,
That's where
yeah.
we're at. Canine man, good to see you.
Just
That's true.
try
I
to
don't know.
try to get local honey if you can. I know every place is tough, but they're different. But that's the
Yeah.
best stuff.
We have a market that they sell local honey, homemade peanut brittle, pralines, some of the good things. Probably shouldn't have, but
I mean, you know, if it's good ingredients, you know, in moderation, it's not so bad. You know, it's just all that extra processed stuff and the good stuff they get, and they strip it down of its natural properties, and it's all synthetic. You know,
yeah.
enriched and all the fancy words they put on stuff to make it sound better for you.
hmm And kiss off, I understand that. There, I know a lot of people are not able to grow things.
Yeah,
If you can-
I mean, depending on your city, state, location, yeah, everybody's different.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I'm trying to get the community where I live to get together. I know a lot of people are growing. Um, if for whatever reason, I know a lot of people have chickens and they sell their eggs for $3 or $4 a dozen. Um, goat's milk, fresh cow's milk, meat, grass-fed beef. Um, we have access to all that. It different people are doing different things, and so I want to try and have some kind of a meeting where everyone knows these resources and talk about bartering, trading, if it came down to it. You know, if they take the dollar away, that's going to be a big one. Local growers, they're not going to be doing it digitally. They're going to be doing it some other way.
And it's just another way to force a big portion out. You know, you think it's going to push a lot of the elders out that's doing that type of thing and just been doing it their whole life. You know,
Yes.
definitely. I don't know. I mean, even though as much BS as Facebook can cause sometimes, those little gardening groups or personal groups on there, they can be pretty good. You know,
Yeah.
they connect you to people locally.
Yeah.
Um, this time of the year, I'm always looking at the local garden groups to see what certain people's doing different, what they're planting. Shoot, you go on there, and there's people that's started too much, and they're just giving away plants. You know, just say, "Hey, come get them, or I'll meet you. You can have them." You know, whatever.
Yeah. I have seen that too. Facebook is a good resource. I know a lot of people don't like Facebook, but even um, that neighbors page. And so once the mayor got in on that, now they've created another one more private. and um, but that's our first source of information.
Yeah.
If you starve here, you're stupid. Female's got it all growing around her, it sounds like.
And if you
I,
don't know what to grow, just grow what you like to eat.
yeah. And I saw a lot about staying hydrated, and I do have um the little packets of IV. I always want to say emergency IV, whatever it is.
Liquid IV.
Liquid IV. Thank you. I have those. I have Gatorades. It, um, I know. Uh, oh, what's that one? Body armor water is good to have on hand. I don't have that right now, but that's a good one. Um,
Bananas, watermelon,
yep,
oranges,
pineapple.
avocados, stuff like that's good for you.
Yep, pineapple.
Um,
Pineapple clears out your lungs. Did you know that?
I don't know. I love pineapple.
I heard that pineapple clears out your lungs. I'm not a medical expert.
Yeah, metaversally speaking, but yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of your yeah. Where the best medicine comes from, in my opinion, is nature. It has a way of fixing and healing itself. Just in the time cycle that we live in, a lot of that knowledge that was normally talked about is just forgotten.
Yep.
You got to research and find it. You know.
And that's true, Gma. I have wild grape vines growing on a lot of my fences, and I used to pick um, Mustang grapes and agaritas. Is that what they're called? Agar something like that. With my grandmother, we'd just stop on the side of the highway and pick them.
Y'all have muscadines out there?
I have not heard of muscadines.
Oh man, they're amazing. They're like a cousin of a grape, but they grow wild here. A lot of and then some people just grow them. They're real good. They're bigger than a grape, but they look kind of similar to a grape.
Mhm.
We also have similar to those, but these are more like a greenish color. They're called scuppernongs. They're pretty good.
Hmm.
You can find some places they'll grow wildly, or some people they grow them on their property. Just and you know they grow on vines just like grapes.
Yeah. Honeysuckles, yes.
Oh, honeysuckles!
I
I love the smell of that.
do too. I want some right outside my bedroom window. And but it's west side. I'm trying that's this year I'm gonna put everything on the east or s- south side of the house and see if it doesn't do better, because that's the morning sun and it's shaded in the afternoons. I've been doing it all on the west side, and that's the hottest part of the house whenever the
Whichever
sun.
area gets the most sunlight, you know.
Yeah. Yep. When altered, you would need it. I saw a man showing what real fruit is supposed to look like, and they look completely different than what we buy in the store. And I was like, how did they do that?
It's just like
Modifying.
everything else. Yeah, GMO.
Yep.
You splice a little bit from this seed, you splice a little bit from that variety. You make it more pest resistant. You make it more weather tolerant. You know, it's like bananas. You see some wild bananas or different varieties of bananas, and yeah, they got big old seeds in them. But the bananas we get, we eat for breakfast are banana
Mhm.
puddings. You cut them open, you can eat the seeds. They're so small. They're like strawberry seeds.
Yeah.
Or
Sorry, I had to mute. Cough. Y'all don't want to hear me coughing. Full exposure east to west. That's the way my grandmother's always was. It was just out in the middle of the property and everything grew like crazy. I really think the compost is the key ingredient.
that, and just start growing stuff and producing seeds. That way, if nothing else, you're growing the seeds and it's getting that DNA. The longer you grow some in your area and save the seeds for each year, uh, it's going to get better and better combined with other efforts, compost, stuff like that. Each year that it grows, it gets the DNA. It's got the
Yeah,
DNA of your soil in it, your climate.
yeah.
It's how you get your good heirlooms. They've just been grown over years after years, and they just proven it works.
Be charming needs prayers or you to cat.
Prayers for everybody.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I saw that a battery plant caught on fire in Southern California, below
Yeah, I
San
saw that.
Jose, so, something
It
like
was
that.
it was either the world's largest battery plant of that type, or it was one of the world's largest. Because I saw several articles, and some said it was the largest, and some of the other ones were saying it was one of the largest. But either way, yeah.
Yes,
Um,
and
somehow it
owned by somebody from Texas.
and somehow it caught a blaze, and of course those type of batteries started letting off certain type of gases, so people had to be evacuated. And
Yes,
then I think it was the following day, somehow it kicked back off and started again. Um, so yeah, it was a pretty weird event.
and you can't put those out, and so they just had to let them burn.
Yeah,
And
it's a different type of fire. Yeah,
I think maybe that's where I saw like 1,500 people at least were evacuated. Maybe it was that, or
yeah, if that or more.
yeah,
Some people don't go reported. You can't report like homeless or people that aren't on records.
true.
Um, but yeah,
Yeah. And
I guess
so those batteries operate the solar and EVs. Is is no, the solar and the grid is what I read.
I think they did have something to do with the EVs too.
Oh, okay.
I think they were pretty much like a wide. They produced like a lot of different types to go along with that electric or solar concept, the green concept.
Yeah. And well, if it has anything to do with the grid, that really stinks because California grid is the West Coast grid, right?
I think it's pretty much yeah. Um, y'all are set up a little bit different. Y'all kind of got like your own kind of grid
Yes.
in a way. Um, but no matter what, I mean, everything's ultimately connected to only so many sources. So, I mean, if you had some type of event where several grids went out, I mean, it could easily somehow put a strain on another one down the line. I mean, I could see that happening, It's like a outlet burns up in your home and all the other outlets in that sequence are gonna burn out past it. They're not gonna work.
Yeah. Yeah. Lithium. I've seen the vehicles catch on fire, and I know at first the fire departments, they didn't know what to do about it because water wasn't working. And so I don't know what works on them. Salt water is a thing. Wow.
That's the that's like the most recent article or update on that particular situation that I could see.
Yep. And um, I don't know if y'all have it in your medical kits, but I bought the last tube we had at Dollar General. Uh, Biofreeze is good for like back, any kind of muscle pain. It,
So like the stuff you like roll on, like icy hot or something.
it's kind of like icy hot, but it doesn't have that smell and it doesn't burn like you're ready to
Okay.
go
It's
shower it
just
off or
icy, not
something.
hot.
It's that's what my chiropractor gave me years ago, and I used to have to go. uh, You could only get it at the chiropractor's office, and then somebody told me that they had it at Dollar General. So yesterday, when my back was crazy, went and got a tube, the last tube. It's in a tube, um, and it was in a tube that he gave me too. Whenever I used to get it from him,
Does it work?
yeah, it works pretty good. Yep, Mary knows knows about it.
Seems like I've heard of it, but I don't think I've seen it. I have to look if I go to a store tomorrow.
Hey, 420, good to see you. Joints, muscles, put it on your neck or temples for a headache. Hey, Chuck,
Huh.
thank you.
Sounds like the blue emu.
Mm. Yeah, I don't remember how much it was. I know when I bought it at the chiropractor's, it was like $10 or $15 a tube.
Mm,
But and he would give me free samples every time I went to him.
free
Way
samples
better.
are always nice.
Chuck said way better than Blue Emu.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I gotta
Oh,
go to the store tomorrow. I'll see if they got some.
yeah. Yeah, Miss Mendersue. It's hard for me to get anything like that. Like 10 to 12 bucks. Yeah.
Oh man, it made me think. We went to a customer's house the other week, and
Mm.
they had one of those inverters, not inverters, where you kind of you sit in it, you put your feet in it, then you can lean all the way back and like decompress your spine.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got on that thing, and oh man, it was like instant relief. It felt so much better. Oh, you could just, I could feel it. It was like as a kid when you get those little silly straws that you had to pull apart and stretch. Oh, it was like that.
Yeah,
He said he gets on it every morning.
that's cool. But
Like,
um, my
like,
daughter's been having to go from that accident. And she said the icy thing I don't even know what she's talking about. I keep forgetting to look it up. Some kind of icy machine that they use instead of the tins unit now.
Like a cold plunge.
It's I think it just puts like cold instead of the electric. Tins unit is like electric points. I hated it. I hated the tins unit. He would turn it up, and I'm like, whatever you're doing, can you stop it? And he goes, what? Everybody loves it. And I said, I don't. And so he turned it all the way down. And I said, okay, I can tolerate that. Cruising
I'm not
Carpenter, good to see you.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah.
Sounds like shock therapy.
Are you talking about the biofreeze check that she puts on her neck and chest? Helps her to breathe? Huh. I never thought about that.
To be honest, when you first said biofreeze, I was thinking about the stuff they use to get rid of like warts. I think it's called something freeze or bio something.
I am not seeing all the chat. There's something. I don't know what Gma Merkel said. I hope I didn't. Oh, there she is. Okay, I didn't get rid of her. Moving the
Okay.
chat around. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay. Mary. Yeah, I just didn't like it. Those massage chairs, when they first came out, I was all, oh, this sounds amazing. And they're supposed to be good for your circulation. And they had a person there that was showing them. He was the salesman, is what he was. And somehow he could test the bottom of your foot to see how your circulation was. And well, I was pregnant at the time. And he said, your circulation is really, really good. I said, well, I would hope so, especially right now. But
Oh, right.
still, he let me use the massage chair for a little while.
Yeah, I sat in one of those one time, and probably the ones you're talking about. It gets your arms, your back, your seat. It gets the back of your calves.
Hmm.
Oh man, we do a the guy that used to own all the like the YMCA fitness clubs in the area. We do a lot of electrical work for him, and he's got a couple of them at his house. He said, "Go
Oh
ahead, man, try it
boy.
out." I said, "Man," I said, "if I had one of these, I'd be ruined."
Hey, Rich Runner. Well, they make them. I've seen recliners. Well, that's what that was. The sales. But gee, they're expensive.
Oh yeah, we had to run some dedicated lines underneath his house to him.
Oh my goodness. That's. I'm trying to decide if I want my mama's furniture. It's electric recliners, and one of them in the middle has the whole power port thing. You can charge everything while you're
Oh yeah,
sitting there. I can remember she used to sleep in it a lot too, and I thought, I don't know about this. I may not ever leave it. That wouldn't be good.
Whenever we do new construction, we get with the contractors or the customers, depending on how involved they are in the situation. And, we ask them, are you thinking about getting stuff like this in the future? Could
Yeah,
always have a couple lines ran underneath, and then it's nothing to just pop a outlet out in the floor wherever you need it.
yeah. Well, and that's, um, I'm thinking about, she's got an electric, well, you charge it on electricity, but then it's battery operated, I guess, and a wheelchair. It's like a hover around. It's one of the
Like a
it's really
rascal.
it's really comfortable. You have to have the big white gate thing on the back of your vehicle to lift it up, and of course I don't have that, but even still I'm going to keep that chair in my storage because you never
Oh
know.
yeah, yeah. You never know. Yeah,
Anything that she has, medical walkers, stuff like that, keeping it because, well, I was in a wheelchair for a while and I had to borrow one from the Baptist church. We have one, the Baptist church, they get a bunch of used medical equipment that people don't need anymore. And so if anyone needs it, you can call them and they'll let you use it until you don't need it anymore.
I remember back when I still had a storage unit. I guess it was like I was usually like the first or second week. I guess people would like clean out stuff, or they'd always have stuff up by the bin up front. And I got a wheelchair, uh, one of those like it's like a walker that folds out. It folds out, so you got the front piece and the two side handles.
Hmm.
Um, what else is it? And some crutches. I said, well, dang, who the heck would just all in perfectly good shape?
Yeah,
Um,
they just get rid of them and then eventually they're going to need them again. I have a
yeah,
boot.
it's not gonna go bad. Yeah,
Yeah, from whenever um, one of us were down with a sprung ankle or something, and so I have a boot for that and keeping it because it can go on either foot.
yeah, that's the only set of boots you don't want.
And then uh, my mother, after I got out of the wheelchair and was on the walker, and it's a fold up walker. It's like uh, the handles have the brakes things on them.
Oh, that's
It's
a
got
nice one.
wheels. Yeah, and you can turn around and sit in it if you need to, and that's when
Oh,
I
yeah,
had
you got
lost
the
my
presidential series.
when I had lost my eyesight, my daughter, uh, we had to go to Austin to one of those big eye places, and so we didn't know where it was, and she said, "Just sit down on the wheelchair on the walker." So I sat on it, and she was pushing. I had to hold my legs up in front of me, but she was pushing me all around that place, and come to find out it was right by the front door where we came in.
Mm,
But they didn't have it. No signs anywhere or anything. We were going up and down halls trying to find that room.
that was the Capitol.
No, at the eye doctor. It was a big building. There were all kinds of specialists and things inside of it.
It's like downtown. You got MCG, um, Medical College of Georgia, and man, they're just expanding so much. They done built a whole dental school beside it. They're building some more stuff. I mean, they're just expanding every which way they can go.
Yeah.
They just
How
bought up a bunch of property and built this huge parking deck.
goodness. See, that's I don't like to go to places like that.
It's too much.
Yep. It was just a have to thing and
But I will give them credit though, because that's the one hospital that saved my mom's life. She had done got two misdiagnosed before she went there.
oh
And,
wow.
and they're the ones, they're cardiologists and their department's the ones that saved her. So
That's
I'll give them
great.
that much credit.
Excuse me.
Yeah, she went to one hospital and they said, "Oh, you just got a severe case of acid reflux," and gave her some, sent her home. And a couple of days went by, it was still going on. So she went to another one, got another opinion. Uh, they said, "Yeah, you got a possible acid reflux. So here, take this, and you'll feel better." So about another day went by, and it wasn't getting no better. So she went on down there to MCG, and they admitted her. And they ran some tests, and they found out she had a 95% blockage
Oh
to her
my
heart.
goodness.
And this was a week before. This was a week before Thanksgiving. I think 4 years ago. This past Thanksgiving would have made 4 years ago. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. The first two they totally misdiagnosed it.
So they do a stint or
Yeah, they did this. They did the stent, um, the whole procedure that goes along with that, and
yeah.
then this past May, the weekend, the Friday of Mother's Day weekend, she had another episode, and she had to go back to the hospital. They had to put another one in. Um, but she's tough though. She's tough. She's
Good.
one tough woman.
She gotta be with all them kids.
Oh yeah, she had. I'm the only son, and I got three sisters. So yeah.
Oh, okay. For some reason I thought you had a bigger family than that.
Well, there's different branches. We've accepted a few into the flock, but yeah, it's just
Yes.
me and three sisters. I got nieces. They got a couple of my sisters have kids, and got a few cousins here and there.
Yeah.
Some I don't even know about. Ain't no telling. They're out there somewhere.
I have a huge family.
But there was a new addition to the family. I just seen on scrolling through Facebook this morning. Matter of fact, I seen my cousin. He had a baby. He had a little girl.
Mhm.
So that was his first child. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Forget what they said the name was. But yeah, I think she was born last night or yesterday.
that's great.
Yeah, that's cool. He's doing pretty
Mhm.
good.
Yes, Jima. Early and often. Yeah. I stopped and saw my cousin on the way home from my mama's because I had some stuff to take to her, but and she was sick. I was like, man, everybody getting sick.
Yeah. The funk is definitely going around.
Yeah, and she works at the school, so she's
Yeah.
she's the one that cleans up the whatever the kids do if they get sick at their stomach or whatever.
Ooh, yeah, she's getting that from every angle.
Yes.
Especially little kids. Little kids, they'll touch everything.
You know what? Somebody just said something about Air Force One and Kiss Off. I thought I heard something about maybe it was the pricing because it seems like the president has to pay for it or something. And oh, it was, I was watching Trump and Tucker Carlson in an interview, and he was saying he talked them down, talked Boeing down on the price because it was
Huh.
crazy high. And I didn't know that. So if they pay for it, you would think they get to keep it afterwards. And maybe that's why there's one at the LBJ Ranch. I don't know.
Did you ever see the movie Air Force One?
I'm not sure.
It's
Is that
got Harrison Ford was the president, I believe.
and the White House was attacked?
Was basically got the Air Force One got hijacked in the movie. Um,
Oh,
by
okay.
some of his I don't know. It was somebody in his cabinet that tried to do it. They tried to take it over. Um, it made me think of that movie when you said it, and then there's another movie. There's a new Captain America movie coming out, and he's supposed to be the president in that movie. I thought that was pretty funny.
Hmm.
A Brave New World.
I guess I haven't seen that one. The one I was thinking of, I think, was
White
Independence
House
Day
Down.
or maybe White House Down. When they I know there was one where they came in and took over the White House, and then there was another one where they were,
And there was another one called Olympus Has Fallen, I believe.
yeah, and when the aliens were bombing the White House.
Oh, Independence Day.
Yes, that's the one I was thinking of first. But then there was the other one where his aide was in on it, and his daughter was away from him. Can't
I can't,
remember how that went.
it was I get them mixed up, but there was one that was Olympus Has Fallen. I think it was similar to that. And then there was one. It was called White House Down
Hmm.
or something like that. Okay, I get them mixed up.
They've done a lot of movies about the president, actually. The American President, Dave.
Oh yeah,
I like Dave. It's kind of, they used uh, is it called a doppelganger when you have a twin, not that's not a twin, a person that looks
just
like you?
something like that. Yeah, they say yeah. I think that's what
Yeah.
that means. Yeah.
Yeah. Found this guy that looked just like the president and stuck him in there while the president was in a coma down. He had
Yeah.
had a stroke or something.
Or there was another movie they did that in. Have you ever seen the movie called The Man in the Iron Mask?
I don't think so.
I think you would like. It's a pretty good movie. It's It's an older. I think it came out maybe like in the mid '90s, maybe. But basically, it was like during like the French times. I think it was like the Musketeers, maybe, and it had Leonardo DiCaprio in it, and he was like one of the king or emperor or somebody. He was like an evil ruler, but he had like a twin, and he was the man in the iron mask. They kept locked away just in case something happened. You know what I mean? And they had to do
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Pretty good movie.
Cheering. Shock and awe. Oh, that sounds good, John Dunning. The cat, my father had to get all his medical done in Jacksonville. It was about a 4 hour drive for him, I think. It was, it wasn't close. Medicine Man, Eddie Murphy film.
Medicine Man. I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. I forget who's in it.
I don't, I haven't seen that one. There's so many movies I haven't seen. They were talking about them at that one, and I was like, and I don't watch scary movies at all.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that movie. Yeah, with Sean Connery. It's me, it's Sean Connery, see? Shaking, shaking, not stirred.
Tim, I love scary movies. Not me. So, where were we at? Oh, The Best Life. He was working on knives today, and they were talking about movies. And um, somebody in the chat mentioned Chucky, and my youngest daughter, she was probably 3 or 4, maybe 4. And the first time, I don't even know how she saw the movie. It had to be my older kids, and she wanted to watch that all the time. She called him Charlie. I want to watch Charlie. And it was Chucky, and it kind of freaked me out because she was like so into it. And she's a redhead. And I'm thinking, surely this sweet little baby girl. She wasn't always sweet though. Man, she could fly off quicker than a firecracker. Just,
Oh, yeah.
she still can, but she really does have a heart of gold. She just, look out for those redheads. All I'm saying.
Yeah,
Would freak me out. Yeah.
I don't know. Most of the scary movies didn't ever really bother me. There was this one movie. I don't know, for some reason it gave me a weird dream and I never watched it again. It was, man, what was it called? It's the Night of the Demons. That's what it was. Man, I don't know what it was about that movie, but I was like, no, I'll watch any movie but that one.
That's when my son was staying with us for a while. He watched, um, is there one called The Grunge? or something like
The
that.
Grudge.
Yes.
Yeah.
And and he was like 30 years old, and he was, "Mom, there's something in the attic." And I said, "No, there is not." And he just kept on. He he was like, "I just can't even sleep around here anymore." I shouldn't have watched that. I don't know. I've never seen it, so it must have been pretty good.
Yeah. Imagine you watch a movie like that and something happens in an attic or a basement and you have an attic or a basement, be like, oh, what was that in the basement? Did you hear that? It puts that thought in your
Mhm.
mind, maybe.
And well, and someone said something about demons, and I kind of feel like that could open the door to something evil, possibly. I don't know. It definitely
Could be.
messes with your head. I know when I lived in the apartment, uh, the girls, they were watching, uh, oh gosh, what was the name of it? Things were suddenly happening to kill people. Turn it
Um,
like a pipe flying off a truck and boom.
oh, Final Destination.
Yes, that one. And they're like, "Mom, come watch this." And I walk through and I see one thing like that, and I'm like, "No." And then Taken, that was another one that they were all into, and nope.
Oh, yeah, with Liam Neeson. Yeah. It was a long time ago, but it was when um, the 3D version of Final Destination came out. I went to the theaters and watched that. That was pretty wicked.
Yep. And yeah, the cat, I know it can cause stress to your body if you're, if it's, if it bothers you.
Oh, yeah.
Exorcist, oh yeah, that was they cast spells. Interesting, Bruce.
Yeah, if it's like, if, what would they say? I forget
Smile?
how the quote went.
I don't know if you saw that comment.
What's that? What? I have a friend who is a ghost and cryptic hunter, and in the movie that sends out the evil vibe in him is Smile. I
Yeah, I
think I
never
heard.
heard of that one.
I think I heard of a movie called Smile. I think they just made a part two of it, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh.
I think that's what messed me up as from Doctors as a kid. I watched the movie. God, what was that? Doctor Giggles. Oh man, that was a weird one. If you ain't never seen it, probably don't never watch it. But yeah, it's called Doctor Giggles. It's
Yeah, I
about
never.
this patient escaped from an insane asylum and was like acting as a doctor or something. No.
Open doors are big. Seeing that's, I always tell the girl to watch, what was it? Mr. Goodbar? Is that the name of it? Um, it's a horrible movie, but kind of makes you not trust men.
Oh yeah, I could imagine. There's quite a few of them movies out there.
Yeah. Mama.
Mama.
The kids used to call me Mommy Dearest. And I was like, have y'all ever even watched that? No. They just know
They
it.
just heard it.
Yes.
That saying, yeah, those sayings from stuff that just stick around.
I said, y'all need to watch it. I have never beat you with a coat hanger.
Oh, they got a matter of fact. I just seen a trailer for what's it called? The woman in the yard or the woman in all black in the yard or something. That looked like a pretty wicked movie.
Yeah.
Family was just in their house, and then all of a sudden, this woman just appeared sitting in their yard, and she was like dressed in like all black, like dark lace, like funeral style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said, no, playing that game.
Mm-mm. Yeah. Real scary movies. The ones that get me are the ones that are psychological, that
Yeah,
mess with your mind. That's the mm-mm. I mean, I'm not scared of clowns. I'm not scared of pets coming alive and killing everybody, or um, Freddy Krueger under the bed, or any of that. It it's the ones that mess with your mind. I don't even know. Can't even think of one right now off my head. But
there was one. I can't think of the name, and it was a pretty good movie. It was like one of those. It wasn't really horror. It was more like drama, suspense. But it's like just when you think you had it figured out and you knew who was the person, oh, it totally flipped, and it's like you didn't even see this one coming. It was one of those. It was a good one.
yeah,
Oh man, what was the name of that movie?
yeah, Psycho. Uh, yeah. If I'm here alone in the shower, I'm peeking out at every so often.
It's called Dream House. It had the guy that played James Bond last.
Hmm.
I can't think of his name, but yeah, he was in it. That's a pretty good movie.
Favorite feel good movies. Way to change it, Cheryl.
There you
I
go.
like that. Good night, be charming. Thanks for coming by.
Good night, B.
Favorite feel good movie.
It's tough. There's a lot of them.
I know. I really like, and it's weird movies that I know nobody has watched. Nim's Island is one of them.
That
Um,
sounds familiar.
a little girl and her father live on an island. Her mother was, says in the story, eaten by a whale. Um, and her father went out to find something. He was a scientist or something. And the little girl was left there alone. Storm came. Volcano was smoking or something. She climbed up the volcano, cut her leg really good. And then she was looking for help. And this lady, who's the author of a book, was sitting at home. She was trying to get a hold of the professor, her father, and the little girl was telling her he wasn't there, and she needed help though because of her leg. And uh, this lady, it was some kind of hero that she wrote about. I can't remember what his name was. And she was agoraphobic and other phobias. She had hand sanitizer all around her. She would only eat cans of soup. It was, and but she finally somehow made it to the island. And when the father came back safely, They fell in love, you know.
Nice. I definitely haven't seen that one.
Yeah. I guess all of mine are chick flicks, is what y'all would call them. I don't know.
Could be. Some would say that. I don't know.
Quiet Cool is about pot growers in the mountains of Oregon. And you're not welcome. True story. People still missing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Bru. It was. Um, yeah, I have stupid movies like Must Love Dogs. I do have the silver, oh, what's he called? Flies around on the Silver Surfer, surfboard. Surfer. I pulled that one out to watch because I haven't
You,
seen it in a while.
what's that?
Silver Surfer.
They had a Silver Surfer movie?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
I don't know if I've seen that one. I remember it was like a cartoon or something I watched as a kid.
And then I think the other one is the Avengers. Can't remember what it is. I pulled it out to watch too.
I remember there was the Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer. Was that it?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I always wonder why they didn't include the Silver Surfer in more movies. That whole little thing didn't work out well, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, Wilderness Family. That was good. I watched that not very long ago, actually. Makes you think of a lot of things in that situation.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, the original. Yeah, Grizzly Adams. That's a good one. But those are oldies. Yeah, I used to really like Iron Man. Oops.
Oh yeah, the Avengers.
Yes, Captain America.
Yeah, those movies, those Marvel movies, pretty much dominated for the whole 2010s.
Yes, Annie Oakley. Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. That was good. Yeah, I like the musicals too. Even Oklahoma.
I can't get into the musicals. I can't take but about 30 seconds of that. I don't know.
And I like westerns. I kind of had to get to liking westerns because that's all my stepfather would watch. And sitting out there with him, it was,
Yeah,
you get into them. Singing in the Rain. Yep, that was a good one. Um, Musical for me. I'm a real man.
Yeah, I can honestly say I've never watched the whole musical.
Oh, there's some good ones. What's the one, Mr. Bluebird sitting on my shoulder? It's the truth, it's actual, everything is satisfactual.
Oh, I've definitely never seen that one.
Chima, help me out. um,
I mean, like I watched like some Disney movies as a kid, and of course they always had some type of music or song in it. But
oh, was it Disney? Zippity doo dah. That's it. Thank you.
uh,
And those, um,
like Mary Poppins,
yeah, we used to, Mama watched a lot of Doris Day. She would play Doris Day songs on the piano. Que sera, sera. Step
gotta
Brothers.
grab some hydration. I'll be right back.
Okay. Song of the South. Yeah. Yeah, Ridge Runner, um, Rambo. Poppins was not lit. War movies and westerns. Yeah. That one though, it was a little hard to watch. Um, was it Private Ryan that was Vietnam? There was one about Vietnam and how they were tortured. It was pretty bad. War movies and marriage, they're all the same. No, they're not all the same. Platoon. Oh, okay. Saving Private Ryan was World War II. Okay. Red Dawn. You know, John, before that movie came out, I had a nightmare about that. And when I saw the previews of that movie, I said, oh, no way I'm watching it. Because I already dreamed it. It was horrible. Because at that time, all I had was a baseball bat. I think that's what changed me. No, it should never have happened. That was I don't know what that was. That was, my stepfather was there. Vietnam and the Korean War. And it seems like one other one. My great uncles fought in World War II, and they all came back.
Mm.
Was your uncle? Was it really your uncle, or was it just like your uncle? Deer hunter. That sounds really familiar. Missed the draft by 2 years. Good, Jerry. Your
Mm.
real uncle. That's cool. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mute in time for that one. Yeah, the cat. My stepfather didn't really talk about anything that went on. The only one that kind of did was my daughter-in-law's father. He was a tunnel rat. Is that what they called him? Something like that. He was short.
Go in and search out the tunnels and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I bet that was rough.
Yeah. He had a lot of memories that would pop up, I guess.
I know my granddad was that type of way. He had all different type of medals and ribbons in his drawer, but yeah, he never talked about none of that stuff.
Yep.
Not really like war wise. Like he would talk, politics and certain different stuff like that, but never really what he witnessed or what went on.
Yep.
I mean, that's understandable.
Yes. God bless them for what they went through. It's every time I go to BAMC, it's heartbreaking to see how many with prosthetics and
Yeah, shoot, that's how. When my granddad finally passed, he was the last one in his bunch that kind of kept together and communicated throughout the years. I
yeah.
think he was pretty much like the last one in that little group.
Mm. Is
I'd
your father
rather
still alive?
for mine.
Yes.
Oh no, my dad passed away when I think I was about 2 years old, 2 or 3 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, he had an accident when I was a kid, and yeah,
Sorry to hear that.
it's all right.
Well, somebody raised you good.
Everything worked out for the best. You know, and it's different. I mean, it's different, I guess, when you lose somebody young like that, and you really don't have the knowledge or the memories or you don't have all that type of stuff.
Right.
You know, I mean, it can still hurt, and you can still have questions and wonder what if, but it's a it's I think it's a little different versus you done been around this person and had memories and time shared and happiness, and then they leave, and it's kind of like a double whammy, I guess it could feel like, you know what I mean? But we still got the memories to hold on to, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I was blessed in that way with having all the grandparents and parents. And
Yeah, I had all my grandparents. My dad on my granddad on my dad's side, he passed away when I was young. I was probably like, I don't know, third or fourth grade maybe when that happened. But I got to meet my great grandmother, my mom's grandmother. Um, and heck, even she
that's
lived a
good.
she lived a I forget how old she lived to be, but she was still in her right mind for a while. She knew everything that was going on.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a few. 5-generation pictures. And I know it's unusual. Like Carl says, he didn't know his grandparents. I can't imagine that. It's because that's who I learned so much from.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I definitely miss mine.
Yeah.
Should have had a tape recorder in and just recorded all the stories.
For him. And yes, when my grandmother would tell stories, that's what I told my mother because she was living with her, and I said, "You need to be recording this. I know you have a recorder." And um, I don't know if she ever did. I'm hoping to find something like that going through all of her stuff, but I haven't seen anything yet. I've s- there's papers that she would tell my grandmother's stories on. I read one night to y'all, but um, I haven't seen any tapes. So I bought a recorder for me to do that, but I haven't done anything on it yet. And I need to. Because there's so many things, even important things that the kids don't know about, even like the property out there, how it came about, and what the plan was for it. I've been asking all the family, and nobody knows but me. And I'm like,
Yeah, you got to get that recorded or wrote down.
yeah, I agree to Kat.
Like my granddad, he had the best stories and just the most off the wall jokes. Like you would never hear him tell the same joke twice. Like he just had so many jokes. I mean, it was just unreal. I wish I could remember them all.
That's great.
Or,
I've never been good at jokes.
or he grew up in like the mountains of like North Carolina and Virginia. So he'd tell me stories before he'd go to school. He'd get up, help do things around the house, go out, track his fur trap, see if he caught anything, do all this and that before he'd walk to town and go to school.
That
And it was,
is so true, Jerry.
yeah, he knew how to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Antiques, woodworking. Oh, he was phenomenal at that type of stuff. He had the eye.
And have you started trying that on the wood yet with the electric?
Nah, I got some good pieces saved up.
Cool. It
That's
has,
definitely one of
John.
my it's definitely one of my projects on the list of things I'm gonna try.
Cool. Got to do a video
Oh yeah.
or
I
pictures.
got every I got everything to do it. I just gotta do it.
Yep. Hey, Sean. Good to see you. Weak men make hard times. And I think that was all by design, too. The fast food restaurants every 2 feet, all everything made to be convenient. So you didn't have to work so hard. And in doing that, made us Okay, Sean. Guess it made us lazy. Virginia? I didn't see Virginia. Hey, Virginia. Good to see you. I'm gonna put the link again, I guess. Let me see. To do that on my laptop.
And
Okay.
there was a quote for sure. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times.
Oh, wow.
And it almost sounds like a cycle, if you will. You know,
Yeah.
history has a way of repeating itself. I guess that's why they say we got to break generational curses. We got to break these broadcast spells that's been put upon us.
Yes. Well, and that's what I told the girls. I said, just start out, even with the gardening. Just start out with what you will eat, you want the most, and just keep building.
Yeah, start small. You know,
Yeah. It's the same with anything, exercising or anything. You can't just jump into full blown if you haven't been doing it, because it's going to kick your butt. But
brick by brick. Eventually, you turn around and you got a whole wall. You know,
absolutely. Yes, she is.
Hey.
Hey, Virginia. How are
the
you?
voltage regulator. I like that name.
Thank you. Well, I might like pop a good mood bubble here, but this combo um, about people, strong men and fathers in the house and etc. So, and I've got a lump in my throat right now. Forgive me. But a friend of mine passed away last week, and he was 45. He was a 20-year veteran. He served this country for a long time, and he just didn't make it. All right. And
Oh, I'm so sorry.
well,
Sorry to hear that.
I've known his wife for like 30 years. She went to middle school with one of my sisters. So I've known them forever. And they have a little girl. They have a very young child. And I've been going over there and watching her. Like yesterday was cremation day. And I went over and watched the little girl while her mom could go and push the button. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
And it just keeps crossing my mind about the generational curses, okay? Because my friend who passed away, it was a generational curse. It was alcoholism. He literally drank himself to
yes,
death. That's the fact.
yes.
That's the brutal truth of it. And he's got this little girl um, in second grade or first grade, and I'm just like, God, I just keep thinking like I hope she can break this curse. Like I just keep thinking of, all I can do is be there and love her and talk to her and play some games while
Yes,
her mom is like going through it.
yes,
Um, and those situations, like I don't even know what to say or do. There's nothing I can say to make it better or change it. I
right.
think all I can do is all I've thought to do is just listen to her and give her some love because honestly her mom's pretty distracted. um, and I don't know if that'll be broken. Some of it is behavioral, some of it is genetic, because he wasn't in the best place, and you know what I mean. But
Yes.
so
And
she saw a lot.
yeah, and I understand that that's been in my family and continues. And um, I if anyone knows how to break that, I'd love to know, because I have gone through courses, counseling, whatever, to find a way,
Hmm.
and it's I have not found the answer yet, and prayed about it a lot,
Right.
because it's family. I mean, and thankfully it skipped me. Um, but it does seem to, well, all of them said it is hereditary. Like,
Hmm.
it's something in the makeup that, um, that's just any problems they have, that's how they deal with it. And
Right.
it's not dealing with it. It's not solving it. It's just creating more problems. And for everyone that's close to them.
I think some people have um, soft spirits as well, and that's not as much the generational curse as their disposition and their they're some of the sweetest spirits. They say only the good die young. Sorry, my brain is skipping here,
Right.
but yeah, like only the good die young is kind of true.
Yeah.
Jerry asked a minute ago, was he jabbed? And Jerry, I did not discuss this with him, but being that he was still enlisted when that was mandated, I'm gonna pretty much assume yes, because he was still in when they all had to do that, and he couldn't get out of it.
Oh, goodness.
He was trying to get to his 20 years. There are benefits at each step, you know, and 20 years is kind of a big one. And that would have been literally probably within a year of him getting to that 20. You know what I mean? Like pretty much
Yeah.
right away.
And but I'm hearing this all over the place. Just, I don't think it's isolated. I think
Hmm.
it's kind of common, and that's scary. That, um, and that's where maybe, I don't know. I mean, I know that feeling of, there's nothing else I can do, but at the same time, there really is.
Hmm.
Red Pill, good to see you, Kim. Um, Red Pill put out another good video. Y'all can catch it. I
Well,
don't
so
know.
as a community, how do we raise up the young ones in a situation like this where I agree with um, generational curses and genetic things, but I also think that the next generation is pretty much the target. It's you and me, but they need to get that next generation ideologically and in all kinds of ways. And sometimes it does feel helpless. Like, what do we do for these damn kids? They have already seen so much shit. This little girl went to kindergarten in a mask. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
what
yeah,
do you think's going to happen?
yep.
I'm sorry, I'm being pessimistic, but
No, I understand. And yes, they have been through a lot already. And just the psychological part of it,
mm-hmm,
besides the health. Um, so that's the problem where I'm at. Okay. There's a good and bad everywhere. And it's a small community, yes. Everyone knows everybody, yes. But at the same time, there's 4 bars, there's breweries, we have a wine trail now. It's like, I mean,
Check you out getting all bougie.
yeah,
Right?
Man,
it's it's a, I mean, it's everywhere. And so, you know, them being exposed to it, and that's the locals, they all hang out at the bars. It's just a way of life, I guess, or and not all of them. I'm not saying it's all of them, but there is definitely a group that hangs out at the bars. And so, um, it all comes down to, um, maybe how to control yourself, how to know your limits. I don't know. I don't know how to incorporate that into a daily life where it wouldn't become a thing. It, I don't
No, I
know.
hear, man, we're in tough times, because it's coming at us from all angles. They're breaking the children. You got to break something to build it back better, right? And there,
Yeah.
people are being broken, young and old, all the way through. When they're born, when they die, if they're serving, if they, when the scam first started, uh, liquor stores and weed stores were essential business. They were 100% open. It's fines. We know people need comfort. The mom and pop spot had to shut, but the weed stores were probably made more money than ever.
Yes. Yeah. And I've seen a lot of people turn into whatever
Yep.
to just, um, get through pain, or, physical pain, mental pain, whatever. So, um, what did I see? Moral standard, high moral standard. You think that's it? Just that the morality? I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's my family. My great grandmother was a devout Pentecostal. She was like, no drinking. But that didn't stop her kids. And, um, my great grandfather ended up being murdered over it. Um, so I don't know. I really don't know how to break it.
I'm coming in and out. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. If I suddenly dip, my internet has been super wonky. But I think it's kind of a cultural issue. You know, um, the indoctrination and the training up, this has been for several generations, and our culture has shifted from the classic 50s housewife,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not saying that women shouldn't work or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. It's just the mindset, the culture of our country has changed. There is no longer the American family, quote unquote.
Yes.
it made me think of the I forget exactly what it's called, but it's basically the chained elephant theory, or the chained elephant syndrome. It's basically, they had this elephant since it was a baby, and they kept it on this tight chain. So it only knew that it could go as far as that chain went.
Mm.
Many years, many years. They finally take the chains and the shackles off the elephant. But the elephant's been so psychologically conditioned over so many years that even though that chain and that shackle is physically been removed, it's still mentally there, and it can't go any farther than that psychological or mental chain would let it go.
Hmm. That is a
Yes,
great freaking analogy.
it is. And
Yeah.
I've seen that.
If that makes sense, I don't know.
It does. I saw
Yep.
it in another video. It was three, it was a cartoon thing. So they were some kind of critters, I think. But anyway, we'll call them three people. Were chained to these chairs in front of this TV all day long. And um, when they were let to go outside, it was um, they'd rather sit in the chair in front of that TV. It was kind of the same concept, I guess. But so in that case, it would be encouraging our children and grandchildren to go further, to strive to be better, to boost them up and let them know that they can be anything they want to be, even a president. Remember how they used to push that in school and then they
Hmm.
quit?
You could be president. Yeah, they did. Yep.
Yes, programming. Yep, the culture is at stake right now because of the agenda of conditionality. Yes, right on, what life.
Think that the rain isn't too loud, is it?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Uh, think about it like this. This is going to be an interesting year because smartphones, as far as that technology came out in 2007, the kids that were born then, they'll be turning 18 this year. So that, I mean, their entire lives, they've known nothing but a tablet. You know, they're fixing to go into the real world after this year, to college and all those type of things.
Yes.
Hmm. Right. That would have been 2007. So 18 years ago. Yeah. It drives me nuts, man. One of my nephews was handed a iPhone or a tablet by the age of 2 constantly, and it was the pacifier, you know, and he would get lost in that thing, and it just set like this certain, it trained his brain, right? And I mean, I get it, technology for kids, they used to talk about screen time and be like, don't let your kids on there for more than 2 hours a day or whatever. And now you go into public school, the first thing they do is hand you a tablet, a Chromebook, whatever. They don't do shit. They just give it to you online, or they hand you an assignment to go do at home on the internet. You see what I mean? Like, it, I don't know, man. It's not good for the brain.
Mm.
I had to mute for a second because right now I'm getting the rain apocalypse.
I hear it.
Yeah, I,
Goodness gracious.
So I'm gonna
wow.
mute for a minute so that softens up.
Okay.
Oh, Mary.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. And we're starting to see the results of that now. We all were talking about this a few years ago. Like, no trials were done. You know what I mean? They didn't really do clinical trials. They just pushed it through in Minecraft, allegedly for entertainment purposes. And now we're seeing the results of one, two, three, four, five, six of them. You know, there are people who line up. It's wild. So wild. And
Yeah.
it's young folks. It affects the body, the mind. The people lost their jobs, and that breaks them down mentally. It's crazy.
Yes. And that's why I was doing all those videos all last year about, or the year before, for quite a while, and, about building up yourself spiritually, physically, mentally, because I know a lot of us, I've seen people in chat that it's like they have decided, okay, this is my life till the end, here it is. And I can't get that mindset. I'm like, no, I'm going to keep on pushing every day to try to, I want to get stronger. I want to do more. But there's um so much I still want to do before I go. So, and I know a lot of people are physically unable to do more. And that's a tough one.
Right. And they sure aren't making it any easier. For a lot of our systems are broken with medical, with elder care, with younger care, with education, with all of it. And
Yes,
you got to be strong, people. Put your forehead forward a little bit while you walk through the windstorm. You know what I'm saying? That when you're walking through a really heavy wind, I know everyone in this room, you kind of tilt your head and move it forward a little bit. I don't know if it helps, but we all do it.
yes,
Like that's what we have to do.
trudge ahead.
Right.
Yep. No one
G-Mom
said it was
Merkles.
going to be easy.
Oh, it won't be easy.
No.
Smart kids. I know a lot of smart kids that tell me all is not lost. Merkel said a minute ago. Now, I agree with that. And there's a really interesting trend of the younger folks, Generation Z, leaning conservative because they are the ones who got messed with at school, who had to wear the face shackle, who lost their graduations, proms, whatever, who couldn't say goodbye to their grandmothers or grandfathers or family members
Yes,
in nursing homes. That these kids are pissed. Like I watch a wide variety of shit, but my favorite is to look at comments from any left, right, I don't care. That young
yes,
generation, they are pissed. And a lot of them are like, we are not going to forget what was taken from us. We did
that's
not have a
good.
normal adolescence or young
Yes,
adulthood. Mm-hmm.
thank you to Kat. Yeah, look how many of them even missed out on a real graduation or a
Mm-hmm.
prom or, you know, a lot of the things that kids should experience.
There were idiots insisting on doing their weddings with all the diapers on simply because they had already booked it, paid for it, whatever. Now, I think they're idiots, but
Yes,
at the same time, for just like, why are you conforming? It's a private event, take it off. But they got robbed too. All the wedding pictures, people look pretty ridiculous now, don't they?
yes. Funerals, you couldn't
Yes.
have more than so many people at a funeral or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I
like even like as children at a young age, or mainly at a young age, they learn by looking at adults' mouths, the way their mouths move, the way their
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
mouths are moving when sounds are come out. So they know pronunciation, or the times when they say these words in their minds, they know it's appropriate. So just think of how long children had to wear those masks, or the teachers was wearing the mask, and that disconnection, that huge disconnection of learning that we can't see right now. We can acknowledge that there's a problem, but we don't know it. But 10 years down the line, or 15, or however long it may take, and you see this huge gap or this huge problem, we don't know, maybe a cognitive dissonance, or who knows.
Yeah.
You're
And
100% right.
It goes way beyond the jibby jabby. It's the whole psychological thing, because even after that event's gone and there's another new event they're talking about, that psychological seed's still been planted. Just like how you mentioned earlier with the scary movies, you can't be scared of anything until you know that thing exists. You can't be scared of a werewolf until you've seen a movie about a werewolf, or you know your mind just ain't gonna work that way. Until
yeah,
you accept it, or acknowledge that a fear exists, you can't be scared of it. So yeah, just
yeah,
I think about things like that. That's just my opinion.
Well, you remember the old adage, like a monster can't come in unless you invite it in?
Yeah, like a vampire.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were kind of forced to do in some ways. And my youngest has a touch of the autism. I say a touch of because I think just really he's too smart for his britches. But my point is,
okay.
I never wore a mask in public or anywhere because, to your point, Life, when children are developing, they are reading our emotions also. They are reading facial expressions. They are reading,
Yeah,
you can tell when someone is happy or sad or angry or whatever by their
Yeah,
face.
disappointed. Yes.
Yes. And he would freak out because he didn't talk till he was 5. He would freak out if he couldn't read the emotions on my face. So
Mm-hmm.
in stores, if they said something, be like, no, dude, I'm sorry. There's only one or two that actually stopped me, and I'm in a calming state. But my point is, it's the emotions. So it wasn't only, learning how people speak, but it was how they feel. You couldn't even sense that anymore. They took that away from
That
not just kids with autism, any kids. All kids learn that way.
that's true. Facial expressions.
Hmm.
it's like anything we're passionate about, or care about, or love. When we speak of it or talk about it, you can see it on your face. If we were
Yes,
face to face and you're telling me about the happiest moment of your life, I can tell on your face that that was the happiest moment of your life. It's those emotional and psychological and physical cues that, yeah, a big portion of the population is missed out on
yeah,
globally, not just in your local neighborhood, but globally, on a global scale.
exactly. I know. I'm in a global group, and Australia, UK, all over the world, they're saying the same thing. They're all feeling it. They're all seeing it. They're seeing the results. And it was, I think it was Jerry said something about communism. It was definitely a show of that. It was a total to see how many they could control. And
Yep.
then it was forced, especially in the schools. The children are always the ones that they want to get to first.
Hmm.
Indy, good to see you, sweet.
Hey, girl. Hey, hey. 100% they need our children.
Yep.
That's a fact, Indy.
Wow.
There's not just IQ, but there's also EQ. Um, intellect and intellectual quotient, intelligence quotient, but there's also EQ, which is like an emotional quotient. And they lost that. Well, they didn't lose that skill, but they were filtered from it, because I've been really proud to see a lot of that younger generation pretty upset and like, no, we will not forget that what we were robbed of. And the human spirit is amazing, you guys. With all of this, of what quote unquote whoever they are, everything they have done, the human spirit has still soared above it. And these kids, the wool was not pulled over their eyes at all. They know what they lost. And I marvel at that, actually. The human spirit is remarkable, and we've seen a lot of awakening, I guess I'll say. I don't want to tread on awakeness and wokeness and all of that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people
But
kind of,
still, yes.
the veil is thinning. I'll put it that way.
Yes. Yeah. Resilient. And I have seen that even, I don't have TikTok, but the girls will show me videos, and you're right about the youth, the teenagers and the ones in their 20s are voicing, and they are angry, and they're like, they're a force to be reckoned with, I would say.
Yeah. Yep.
Red Pill, I saw that he was going to extend it for 90 days for some reason.
Yeah, I have a feeling somebody will buy it. The
I
90
think so.
days, I think, would have to happen after he gets in. So
Yeah.
basically, a day or two is going to be gone. But I don't have TikTok. I don't know. I know about it, but about the general thing. But
Oh,
oh,
nobody can get on TikTok.
hmm.
Okay. Huh. I
Clock
didn't
has
know that.
stopped.
Do what?
Has the clock stopped?
Right.
Oh,
The
no. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, if it ain't TikToking, it ain't clocking.
Yeah.
The DD clock.
Now, where did the pendulum freeze?
Beneath this mask, there is more than flesh. Beneath this mask, there is an idea, and ideas are bulletproof.
There you go.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Some would say.
Well, I think it's good to get rid of a Chinese propaganda tool. At the same time, though, this sets a precedent. Think about the long game here. Um, it has to be bought by an American company. Therefore, an American investor can make money. Now, the other problem is if we set this precedent of only American apps can be run in America, we just became North Korea.
Well, I saw a thing today that the headquarters for TikTok is actually in the United States. And the same with, oh gosh, what was the other one? Because, oh, it was YouTube. there's a headquarters for YouTube in the United States. And so it was saying that possibly there are headquarters all over the world for those two because people get paid through them. But like, you couldn't get a check from China and your bank is going to cash it or even let you deposit it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So there has to be headquarters in each country that
100%.
uses.
Just depends on where the servers are at, because I could have a home office here in Georgia, but I could have all my servers out in California somewhere.
Yep.
It's just however these entities or these companies are set up, however their legal contracts and however they can operate set up.
Yep. Headquarters is kind of an empty term because they can put all their CEOs and business people wherever the hell they want. That's where,
Yeah.
they sit and
Right.
do what they do, right? But as far as the servers and the information being gathered, data mining is the most profitable industry in the world right now, probably next to big pharma, but data mining is
Oh yeah.
and so of course they're going to put, the headquarters somewhere that seems benign. But the fact is they already have their hooks in. And if we set this precedent, it might not actually gain us any freedoms because it tightens the noose on information. Now, I don't disagree with Moose. TikTok is Chinese, whatever he said, Chinese spy app. Yeah, 100% is. They can get in through multiple doors at this point.
Yes, because they're allowed to.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So there is so much, okay, we talk about constitutionally using the Constitution to stop all this madness, to bring back the law and the way everything is supposed to be. But there's so much that it just seems like it would take years and years. So until then,
Well, it's the long game.
yes,
Yeah.
it's your communities, it's in your home, and like you were saying, from the beginning, breaking that chain is possibly, you know, just educating them more on what it can do, what it does to the families, what it does to your body, what it does to your mind. Um, you know, there's a limit. Anything we do to the extreme is not good. And
Right.
I think there's a scripture of that somewhere, I think. Anything in excess.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to eat a few cookies or as long as we don't eat the whole box in one setting or,
Yeah.
it,
Mm-hmm.
Moderation.
excuse
Yeah.
me just one second.
Oh yeah,
Well,
for
I would
sure.
argue they're all kind of the same. I mean, I can't think of any social media platform that is not some form of propaganda or psychological molding or, agenda driven. Tell me one. There you got all of them censor in one way or another. All of them, and they have the right. YouTube does it. Hey Google, good to see you. They all do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the Burger Man. The Burger Man said he was doing it,
Yep.
And just think of that aspect, how many people's lives or businesses and stuff was destroyed just because something they said that they believed it to be true. And then it might have come out that it was true. Oh, sorry. Sorry, we destroyed your life. But hey, now you can say it again and we won't destroy your life for 2 times in a row,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, it's too late. The damage is done, at that point.
Yeah. And that's just it. Psychological warfare, spiritual warfare. It's like it's all going on at the same time.
Yeah.
That's true, cruising. Been trying to find a Class C vehicle.
Trying to get a school bus?
No, smaller than a school bus. Like a camper van or something like that. Oh, goodness. There goes my voice again.
There's a guy not too far from me. I ain't spoken with him, but I've rode past a couple times and seen it out front. But he got like a short bus and he converted it and he built like a deck and a covering on the back where you could step out on it.
Yes.
One day I'm gonna just have to stop in there and just say, "Hey man, I gotta see it." You know, First thing he
Yeah.
can say is, "Get off his lawn." I respect that.
Solid roots.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a little mobile setup like that.
Yep. That's what I want. Because that was the most expensive thing when we were traveling was a place to stay at night. And that way you have a place to cook, sleep, restroom,
Yeah,
everything you need right there.
you figure he probably even on the low end, you're gonna have to at least throw $100 bill at him or more. You know.
And you won't even get coffee in the morning. No continental breakfast for
Yeah,
you.
that's just for the $100 bill. They don't give you no respect. I don't know if you've ever seen the comedians, but I find some of their skits to be pretty funny. The Keenan Pale skits.
Yes.
You see the one where he went to the Intercontinental Breakfast and it was just like the best thing he ever seen in his life. Oh, that was
I've
hilarious.
I've seen a few. Ian Peel is hilarious, y'all. If you need a laugh.
Yeah.
I have
Oh,
never heard of that one.
yeah. He's just. I mean, it was just like the best thing in the world to him. Intercontinental Breakfast, you say? Oh, 5-star review for you, my friend.
And it's a muffin and a thing of orange
Oh,
juice.
hot muffins? Oh, I don't mind if I do.
That makes a big difference, though. When it
Yeah.
just give you a Danish and maybe sometimes a yogurt and orange juice. That makes a big
Mhm.
difference. When you're headed out the door and like, sure, I'll grab a muffin and a this.
Oh, yeah.
I feel a little better about that $100 bill now.
Even if you don't want it or don't even acknowledge it, at least it's an option.
You got your money's worth.
There you go.
Hey, cool.
The room may have been disgusting, but enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoy your bagel. We don't got any cream cheese. Sorry.
But if they did, it's all single wrapped. See, the room might be disgusting, and you always take that top layer thing off. They never wash those. But the muffins are always individually wrapped, like a Spunkmeyer or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Otis Spuckemeyer, yeah.
That's what's up.
And see, I didn't know about that. And so I had a throw with me, and I would just curl up on the top of the bed and put the throw over me, and I didn't know about the top covering thing. And that's Carl said, "You need to take a black light in everywhere you go." And I said, "No." Because
Oh,
there was
yeah.
one, we went in, I swear it looked like a crime scene. The bleach spots on the blankets, and it was like, not even staying here. I want a refund now.
Okay, so that top cover that usually has like a fuchsia color, or they all kind of look like 70s carpet colors.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you you don't even need a black light. Your barometer is look at the maid's carts. You will never see one in the maid's cart. You only see the sheets, a pillowcase if you're lucky, even sheets if you're lucky, but you never see those top covers when they come room service you, or when you're checking in and they're going through and switching over for the day, you check in at 4, they're still working. You don't see those in there. You see the sheets. That's it.
True. Oh, wow.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's this channel sometimes I watch on here on YouTube. It's this lady, she gives like reviews on like places in Las Vegas. And she does the black light challenge.
Oh,
Shows people where the good places to stay and where not to stay, She gives her review on it.
Wow.
well, it's like snowflakes. No two rooms are alike, you know?
So that's
And
Yeah.
yeah.
what I want to see is a black light on like the armchairs that are always by the lamp in the window. People be
Oh
getting
yeah.
into those, they do. Those
It
armchairs,
happens.
you sit
It
there and
happens.
you're all comfortable. Well, it's not the bedspread. No, think, McFly, think.
Yeah,
That
you're not
never
lounging
goes
in
in the
that
wrong
chair. It's not the lounge chair for sure.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Just checked into the Bates Motel and didn't even know it.
Hey, they have great showers.
No place in the entire state of Nevada.
Yeah, Gma, Vegas is rough, but it is what it is. If you're doing it right, you're so trashed when you get to the room, you don't even care. You just peel the bedspread, put it on the
Yeah.
floor, and then sleep on the top sheet. You're too drunk to be hot, or cold. You're hot, so no, it's fine.
You're not telling nobody that story anyway.
It never happened. Yep, stays there. I like to take
Dead.
Lysol wipes, that you get in the little dispenser, because like Watt Life was saying, you watch that channel, she does the black lights. Well, I've watched similar, and they'll test stuff in the hotel rooms of what is the dirtiest. Do y'all know what it is? The dirtiest item in a hotel room. Guesses?
Probably
The remote.
the lamp. Your party at a remote. I didn't think about that one.
It is the remote. It is everywhere they went. It didn't matter if it was 10-star or 1-star. The remotes for the TVs had fecal matter more than any other item in a room. You're welcome.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, take you some wipes. Ice makers are full of mold, Indy. They're so gross. Think about it. Someone goes to the bathroom and they don't clean up. What are they doing? They're touching the remote. And to Watt's point, they're turning on the lamp. It's things where
Yes.
hands go, the doorknobs, stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about wipes. I had a can of Lysol. Kind of. just spraying everything down. But
Girl, hit up the dollar store and get you a disinfectant, a little pack of disinfectant wipes, and just go around anywhere hands are. Anywhere someone uses their shit covered hands. Just
yeah,
get a leg up and go.
the refrigerator and microwave
The
handle.
refrigerator. Yes. Disgusting.
Let me clean this room before we stay in it.
I know Masters Week, when it comes into town every year in April, there's people that's got certain houses here. They'll rent out their whole house for the week,
Mm-hmm.
and usually Masters Week, they always coincide with spring break. So people, they'll just rent out their whole house and just take a vacation. Somebody will stay in their house and go to the Masters.
Yeah. And I like the B&Bs a lot better. A little more pricey, but it's worth it.
And
Yeah.
some of those people make a lot of money. I mean, they got nice houses, but
Yeah.
they rent them out to business guys or doctors or a lawyer or something. They'll get together and rent out a whole house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They do that a lot around here too.
We did. I got a bunch of pictures in my old file. I need to repost them. They're pretty cool. It's a house. They called it the Rolex house. It's a beautiful house right across the street from the Augusta Country Club.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rolex watch company, they bought a lease. And what it was, whenever their executives come into town or anybody, I guess they was trying to impress, they would just stay in that house during Masters Week. And it was a beautiful house. I mean, it looks almost like a castle.
Right.
We did all the electrical work and stuff in there.
Is that the one I saw a picture with the swirling chandelier?
No, that's another big house we just finished. That house was the pictures you saw, that house was probably 20-something thousand square foot.
Goodness.
I think it came out to be like 22 and some change.
I cannot imagine. That's a lot of house to clean.
Oh, it's too much house.
Yes.
The entire third floor is nothing but game room, entertainment room, and a movie theater.
Oh, wow.
It's got a full-size elevator in it.
Ooh. A lift.
Oh, yeah. You have to. I promise you. You don't want to have to carry nothing heavy up these stairs.
That's the condo my father was always telling me, come stay at the condo. And it was his wife's family. They had the condo and a house. And I said, put an elevator in there and we'll talk. Because it's 3 stories. And I think there's some reason you always had to go to the top story. Might have been the shower.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful house, but yeah, it's too much. I mean, it's even got a nice pond in the backyard, but yeah, it's just too much house.
Hmm.
Yeah, there is such thing as too much house.
Yes.
Just too much.
Absolutely.
See, with the normal motels, hotels, I think about bacteria a lot. Now that would still be true in the Airbnb, and I'm talking like straight up shit, Jerry. Like bacteria is good for our immune system, but you go to Jack in the Box, get the wrong burger, you got E. coli. But
yeah, they're not getting down to those buttons and stuff and cleaning that out.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, in the Airbnbs, what I trip on is I'm worried about cameras because I mean, they put them in outlets in like decorations around the house, and a lot of Airbnbs are, they're fully decorated homes. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
there are some people who do it because they're sick.
I have heard people worried about the cameras. I just feel like at this age, if you want to look at it, go ahead.
There you go. Hope they got my good side.
You're right.
They point at the toilets, in the showers, in the
Oh, they might have got a bad side.
I mean, I guess if you want to see that, but I don't like that
I mean, yeah, it's
voyeurism.
something to think about. Yeah, it could definitely happen. I mean, we hear about it happening in places.
Yes. Now, if I start seeing it flashed all over social media or something, then I might get upset.
Oh no, then you got a legal problem
Yeah.
for whoever that did it. I forget what they call that, but yeah, it's something against it for sure. Non-consensual. Hmm.
Chima.
Chima, you kill me.
Goodness
Dude. I don't even know.
gracious.
I love Chima.
Oh, that's horrible. It's horrible and funny at the same time.
Jerry, we love you.
It can be two
No.
things.
Oh, Jerry's an OG.
Oh yeah,
This is what's up though. That camaraderie, Chima, that's hilarious.
we love you, Jerry. I always think of Jerry Seinfeld whenever I see the name Jerry.
Right?
No soup for you.
And Jerry doesn't talk much. Usually, when he sees, so I think when he puts a capital B, he means me. But then I've seen a little b. I don't know. But I just say, hey, Jerry, good to see you.
Right?
Always.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's too
Squeaking. Excuse me.
And you think about like the people that may watch broadcasts that don't ever comment. They probably just watch from like a TV or something.
Oh, you mean like watching the YouTubes on the TV?
Yeah, like there's people that watch broadcasts and stuff like this, not from a device where they're talking in chat or nothing. They're just watching it.
Right. And that, yeah, like a smart TV, and they wouldn't have a keyboard unless they plug one in. No, you're right.
And I imagine that's kind of
That's kind of
weird because yeah, you can't see the I guess the correlation between something we may say or something in chat. You're like, well, why did he say so and so? What was the question that got asked to trigger that statement?
right. Okay, all right. So if you're on a TV, you can't see chat? Because I've never watched
I've never
you.
done it, but I think that's how it goes. So
Huh.
maybe wrong.
Limited, maybe?
Yes. And that's why um, a lot of times I'll put the chat up on the screen because
Mm-hmm.
even Indy does every single one of them, I think, almost.
Pretty
But
close.
so even if somebody comes to watch it later and the chat's not there for 24 hours,
Mm-hmm.
they can still see what the chat was saying if you're putting it up on the panel.
Yeah,
Right.
that helps out.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Oh, you can
Okay,
see
so
stuff.
John says you can't respond.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hmm.
I don't know what the number of that population would be. I guess it would just depend on the chat particular channel. But I mean, there's a population out there like that.
Yeah. And I guess that's the ones we call the lurkers because they don't get involved in the chat. They just What?
Could be.
Yeah.
There's always somebody that's waiting to listen to your story. You never know. It may be helping them get over a challenge, unrelated, just in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. I have learned so much from the chat in a lot of situations because sometimes even the host doesn't see your question and somebody in the chat will answer it for you. Or the host may not know the answer to the question.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Just imagine if they had to put closed captions to all this type of stuff.
And
Man,
I didn't ask to do that because there's some way to do that, but I haven't found it.
Huh.
Some of the channels I've seen closed caption on.
yeah.
Yeah, they do on some lives do have it, but premieres usually it's on there because I think it fully gets loaded first, and so it's done with AI. But I like the closed caption because sometimes I just have to listen and be quiet, and so I'll turn it on for a video or premiere, but it's never on the actual live streams unless it's a replay. But I don't know
Yeah.
how to turn it on, Bonnie. I have no idea what setting that is. Or
Like like what we're doing right now, the whole panelverse interaction side of the YouTubes, where
yeah,
it's not an edited video, it's just live coming at you. It's so much stuff to decipher and put up.
Yeah. Terry, I appreciate you.
it's good to see you,
Good to
Terry.
see you.
Good to see you. It's one of 150,000. We know you're out there and we love you too.
Shima, I'm in my bathroom right now. What's wrong with that? But
Yep.
okay, so I've never had a Roku. So Anne is saying I use a Roku and watch on TV. Is that like what does that mean? Does it make any TV internet accessible?
It's like a device. It's like a device, pretty much. You can hook to your TV, as long as you got internet, and like any device, you can get certain applications that can allow you to view stuff.
Yeah. And
Roku's, Fire Sticks, stuff like that.
Okay, so it's like a Fire Stick. I gotcha.
the new TVs have it built in,
Yeah,
most of them. But
yeah, your newer ones do.
I did get a DVD player with Roku so that I could have the channels because I don't pay for TV.
Me neither. I pay for internet. It just allows me to get everything else. I don't need cable or TV in that aspect.
So I'm getting there as far as canceling TV because you can find pretty much any TV show on YouTube or websites or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's been so far, I've kind of kept it because I have 3 men in my house that watch football or something dumb like that.
Oh, their site for that. They wouldn't miss a thing. They would, if you took that route, they would have more access.
Okay, so
Mhm.
did they start doing NFL on
Like
online, kind of?
like imagine like regional games or something. Like you may be a Seattle Seahawks fan, but you're living in Detroit, where they're not going to cover a lot of Seattle games. So, or
Oh, yeah.
if a game if it's a game that don't really many people care about or not a lot of tickets are sold, it's what you call like a blackout game. The game's happening, it's being recorded, but it's not like nationally televised. So you can look into those type of games as well.
Interesting. I am
Or
going to start looking into that.
or whatever
Like
you're into,
crossover. It's redundant to have so many services nowadays, and man, do they get you. And
It's that whole demand. People was like, oh man, I'm sick of cable and commercials. And it was like, all right, we'll give you 1 million apps with no commercials. Now it's 2 million apps and they all got commercials.
Right.
That's a fact. Ad blocker is worth it, y'all. I
Yeah.
did the free one for a while, but I did the
Yeah.
$6 a month one recently because YouTube started cracking down on ad block and putting up those pie ads. Like they would stop your videos, be like, "Why are you guys mad? Just download Pi. You'll get paid to watch ads." Kiss my
Yeah.
ass. I'm not watching a single one. I will close it out and leave for the entire day if you don't stop doing this. I would rather pay ad block $6 a month, even if they give $1 to YouTube, whatever, because YouTube premium is what? 10, 20, 30, but I don't know. Fuck them. Not doing it. And I don't want your Pi extension either.
Yeah, that's not the type of pie I'm after.
Nope. No, sir.
So would you have to put that on each device, the ad blockers? Or does it cover all the devices?
It
Okay,
depends.
so it depends, yeah. The free versions, you can literally just look up ad block and it's like a red stop sign. It says ad block and it's free. And I did put it on each device separately. Now as far as the paying part, when the free one worked, I put it on the devices and it was fine. Now with the pay one, I only did it on my computer here that I'm talking to you on. I did not do the paid one on anything else, but I think ad blocker might work better on certain devices than others without being paid for. Like on my laptop, I never get the pie thing that pops up or whatever, but on my desktop I did. So you see what I mean? But that's a good question as far as would you have to pay for every device? I don't think so. In fact, I think that I don't know if it's that you would have to sync them or use a certain email to sign up for ad block because they have really good customer service. I've actually emailed them and I've heard back right away, which is amazing to me because ad block is very popular. And they have a whole bunch of troubleshooting of like multiple devices and this and that. So I can't answer per se, but I don't think so. I think you would be able to sync them.
I don't see a lot of ads. I do like to play a game on my phone when I'm sitting and waiting. Because it's hard for me to sit and wait. And man, the ads just pop up like crazy.
Right.
But that's probably something separate. The game.
So whoever's sponsoring that game or that run ad time, you know.
Yep. Yeah, they tell you can stop it for, I think it's $4.99 or something like that.
Another racket.
Yeah. Just give me an option to say no. You know, why do I have to pay you to say no?
Yep.
Right.
They're still going to mine your data either way.
Yeah, either way, yeah. So,
Acknowledge and accept. Yeah.
yeah,
That's
man. I mean, they got the whole Ponzi scheme down to a science, you know?
Yep. There's almost nowhere to hide, for real.
But wait, there's more.
That's
You
not
know?
all.
If you act now, we'll now throw in our VPN protection service for an additional $5.99.
He's finding Forrest. Good to see you.
A Forest. That's true, Navy vet.
They found him.
Uh-oh. Did something happen?
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. There you are.
Oof, that was a close one.
I thought you just cut out all of a sudden.
Matrix. The Matrix got me for a minute. Tried to pull me over.
Hmm.
Yep, it's all data collection in some form.
Yes, sir.
Mm. So, Virginia, I haven't heard you on it. What are you thinking about tomorrow and Monday? Anything? Nothing?
I think it's a good thing that he moved it indoors. Hopefully, that's a more controlled environment. I don't think this will be the moment that anything major happens to him. I do think that civil unrest is possible. There's already marches going on. I think that uh, the powers that be are, in fact, there's going to be a bunch of marches. Navy vet sent me the info, but I've also received it elsewhere. There's going to be every major city basically is going to
Oh
be
yeah.
some agendaed march, and that could foment some chaos. And I think that's the point. I I don't think I think it'll go fine. Him and JD Vance, they'll get through the process. It'll be all right. I don't think we're going to be able to let our
Mm,
guard down for a long time. Like
I don't
I
think
don't
so
think
either.
they'll do something so predictable right then.
Mm-hmm. I saw Portland boarding up buildings.
Yep.
Um,
They're always boarding up something.
and that's the person that was doing it. Why would they be doing this in Portland? Well, don't you remember?
Right.
One of those districts, you know,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
District
also
7
think
of.
some of it is optics, though. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
and a
that's
lot of
true.
people are acting like their hair is on fire because of buildings being boarded up, or there's all of this security, or there's this and that. And optics, Trump understands optics.
Yeah,
This actually increases loyalty to him because everyone is um, praying for him and rooting for him and all of that. And I don't think that he would let an opportunity like that go to waste either. As far as they're all going to be understanding on a team together. The optics of all the security that he's got, extra security, all of this stuff, that is optics too. The boards, that's optics. The fences, that's optics. Every city is doing this, even the marches,
yeah,
those are optics. And so I think it's too obvious of a moment for his life to be threatened. Now, I agree, Kissoff, he does look stressed, and he should. I mean, I
right.
would too. Who wouldn't? No doubt he is stressed, but I don't think
If the
he
threats
will.
are true, absolutely.
Yep.
Even the way they came off the plane, um, he was in front, and then Melania came out, and then Barron, but they were like spaced apart at first.
Huh.
Um, I don't know, but there is so many National Guard up there. I I don't know, but we've seen it before. I don't know.
Yeah, we have. I think if he was personally in trouble, I don't think with all of that security going on that the timing just doesn't work for whoever would be trying to do that. But I
Mm.
do think that the powers that be will allow, if not encourage, as much civil discord, confusion, chaos. They have to keep us in fear and on our toes.
Oh
That
yeah,
is likely, I think.
but there's um I even saw a helicopter, and this helicopter was going all over DC, and um, I don't know who was filming it, but so the lady behind the pilot was saying that she was checking for any kind of heat that would show like a dirty bomb or something like that.
Yeah.
And while they were filming, she said, "Yep, there's one right there. We got one." And so then she gets word to whoever takes care of it. And so, of course, there's going to be certain people who are going to try and cause any kind of disruption, for sure.
Yep.
It's not that it really means anything to the grand scheme of things, but when they announced that it was being moved inside, I said, "Well, I looked it up. When was the last time it was held inside?" And it said it was in 1985 when Ronald Reagan accepted his inauguration.
Hmm.
So that's 40
Really?
years ago. Which to some
Wow.
it don't seem like it's 40 years ago. I imagine,
Yeah.
after the 2000s, it was like that time warp.
I know somewhere somebody was asking me how long I've lived in the country, and I said 40 years. Oh my gosh. And I said, yeah, I'm old. What? At what age did you move to the country? I didn't even answer that. I was just, sometimes people just make me laugh.
When he's inaugurated, he'll become the second only president to ever serve two non-consecutive terms.
Really.
You know who the other president was?
um, Roosevelt,
Grover Cleveland. He was the
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
22nd and also 24th president of the United States of America.
Damn.
Um,
What was the stopgap? Who was between?
Um, Now that I have to look up. I wish I could remember that off the top of my head. Let me
I'm
see.
trying to think what would have been happening on the world stage or politically or with any wars at that time. So you're saying it was Grover Cleveland, and
he
I'm
was the
wondering.
20,
Benjamin Harrison was the 23rd president.
Okay. Now, which war was? What years was that?
Oh,
gosh,
that was like around the end of the Civil War, um, beginning and start of the Industrial Revolution. I
Uh
guess you
huh.
could say.
That makes sense. It's almost like the same thing.
Oh yeah, a lot of things very similar.
Hmm.
Um,
that's true, chessboard.
that's why I always say history has a way of repeating itself. Certain events, certain things.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is interesting. After the Civil War, and what have they been pushing?
Yep.
Mm.
yeah, for the last what 2.5 years, it was the whole. You put it on
Yep,
pretty much any news outlet, and they mentioned it.
yep.
They wanted to promote it so much they even made a movie about it and called it Civil War and released it on the date of the anniversary of the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
If that ain't optics, I don't know what is.
Right.
and that's just it. They're trying so hard to make us so mad that we'll do that. Well, so I
I
keep
don't feel that
asking,
way.
who would it be between?
I
Because,
don't. I don't want to have those talks against nobody. I may disagree, but ultimately, I don't want to have that state of mind to be in that type of way
true,
unless I have to.
right.
Defending family and stuff like that. That's different.
Hey,
I may joke about Alabama, but I don't want to go to war with them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
right.
Well, Bonnie, you're right. Who would it be between? And the Civil War, just like what could happen with this one, the enemy is within. It really, we cannot get in
Yeah.
that trap of, oh, it has to be red against blue, or it has to be gay against straight, or it has to be a race thing, or whatever. India, I could see that, illegal immigrant, but that's not really a civil war. That's getting invaded. Like,
Right.
as far as a civil, it is the enemy inside that is screwing all of us on both sides in like
Yes.
multiple ways. And we have different perspectives, but the enemy is within. And that's
And that's what I've
how you
heard. The
get
only
out.
way we can be taken down is from within.
Yeah.
Well, you figure anything strong, like a tree's got deep roots. We like to say we're in family trees. We got different generations, you know.
Hmm.
Um, my mind just slipped me. I forgot the point I was fixing to make.
I'll be right back. Excuse me just a sec.
Okay.
My
So like a
point just
tree
totally,
has,
my point totally left me. I'm sorry.
enemy is within, the tree has deep
Oh
roots.
yeah, yeah. That nothing can be destroyed. Nothing can be destroyed from the outside until itself is destroyed from in the inside. You know, think about an old oak tree. An old oak tree will stand there through the hurricanes, through the tornadoes, the winds, but it's not going to die until it slowly rots from the inside out. And that's when it can only be destroyed.
That makes perfect sense. Yes, you're absolutely right. And a lot of trees that start to go down, you can actually bring that, as long as the roots are still good, and you can prune it back and bring it back. It'll start to resprout, it'll start to regrow.
Yeah,
Once that rots out, you're done.
you nourish it and take care of it to the best of your abilities, you know, but everything has a course, a lifespan, a cycle, you know.
Hmm.
But just like anything, a family, a relationship, you know, you nourish it and take care of it. More than likely, it's going to work out for the best.
Hmm. Now, what kind of analogy can we draw with the fact that the entire ecosystem is basically one big blanket of fungus that operates in our soils? And I'm not being
Oh, it
trite,
is.
like straight up, it's fungus. It's, if we lost that, we'd be done. But it's a sort of a parasitic thing, fungi. They're going to be here with the cockroaches at the end.
I think
But
besides the
what
human
kind of
race,
analogy
I
can we
think
draw with that?
the biggest life form I think I read the biggest life form besides the human race is like this chain of mycelium and
Yep,
fungus. This I think it's down in the
exactly.
Amazon, and it spans for miles and miles of any direction. They can find it in any direction. And it may sound weird, but when I watched the first Avatar, it made me kind of think about that, you know,
Hmm.
in a sense, if that makes sense. I don't know.
I loved
Um,
that movie. You're
but yeah,
100% right. I guess the fungus would
but
be sort of that energy they all tapped into.
I might have
But
said it wrong, but yeah, some type of mycelium. I forget the name, you know. It's like down there they had a way of conditioning prey to, you know, they had certain ways and certain knowledges to make those things happen. Yeah.
well, does that mean that what our roots are what keeps us alive, like with your analogy of the tree, the roots go bad, you're done. But if you think about it, we're here because of a fungus, a rot, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you take out yeah, you could trim a tree, you could do whatever, but once you take out the roots, that's done, you know. Um Same way with anything. But it's just those like all the good aspects and stuff that we say we want to do with ourselves, with our families, with the communities. As long as those things are going, I mean, that's going to keep the roots as strong as possible. The stories, the things we know, gardening, life, music. You know, you have children. I don't know. I don't have children, so I can't speak from that aspect. But
New growth goes a long way.
Oh,
That
for sure.
kind of cycle, you know, whether you're pruning or even through the seasons, our trees will go all the way down. I have a huge maple in my front yard. It'll lose all of its leaves. It's just gone, and it just looks like sticks. And then spring comes around, and there's
Yeah.
new growth all of a sudden, brand
That's,
new. The roots are still the same, but that new growth is there.
it's kind of how we are as a people. You know, we see the apple tree's got a bad spot on it. You know, we'll prune it, we'll take it out. It'll heal itself. But even us, you know, anytime you gain, I think anytime you gain something, you have to lose something. You know,
Yeah,
I guess if you want to be healthier and gain a healthier lifestyle, you would have to lose certain bad habits or certain eating or stuff like that. You know, um, definitely.
We have roots. We have roots here.
Yeah. Soil and soul, they're not too far off. Besides the spelling, you
oh,
know.
It's
I
very
love that.
true.
I can have the best soil in the world, and it doesn't acknowledge that I'm planting spinach or deadly nightshade. You know, it just knows that the seed's been planted and it's growing.
And it's how you nourish it and care for it.
Exactly.
Yep, good analogy.
I
Yes.
think the whole thing about you are what you eat isn't so much about what we consume as like food per se as an aspect, but like everything, you know, like the things we say, the things we do, you know,
Yeah,
the daily bread, like they say biblically, you know, the daily bread. Oh yeah,
Yep.
I have seen that. Sun Tzu.
Sun
the
Tzu
art of
is.
war.
Hmm.
Oh,
I probably should read more, but I do enjoy the fact they have certain books audio.
Right.
and I can't understand that. That's I've seen people say things. They have all this and that and this and that, and I ask them, "But are you happy?" And most of the time, the answer is no.
I'm happy.
Oh, I am too, but I don't have all the.
Well, I think it comes and goes. If you're happy all the time, you're the village idiot, like literally the Forrest Gump. And I think we have to have the range. But going full circle back to my friend, he was very unhappy for years and years and years, and it ate him alive. And you know, I don't think there's any one or any idea to blame, as far as anything other than he couldn't dig himself out of it. And I think it ranges with people a lot. Happy is relative and it fluctuates, but some are never in that space, ever, never happy.
Mm-mm. When you think about it, when you're that rich, when you have
Yeah.
more of anything that you could possibly need, what more could you want? So I can see where they would turn to evil things or
Mhm.
um, control, power, all of it. Maybe that's funny that you mentioned that because I really don't think. Starlink is a good thing.
Nope.
Oh, that's a whole other rabbit hole in itself, I guess you could say.
It really is.
Mhm.
You know what?
Really.
Before you criticize a man, walk a mile in his shoes. That
Yeah.
way, if he's upset, he's a mile away and you still got his shoes.
Yeah. Oh,
Wayne, it's good to see you.
That was somebody's famous quote. I forget who.
hey, wait.
But yeah, think about, yeah, I mean, I guess not to get too deep, but you think about the whole electrosphere that's just been added, you know, with just data and all the star links and connections and, you know, all
Yeah.
that.
Maybe did you put up a video about that today? Seems like I saw you put up a video about something, but I haven't looked at it yet. Hmm.
There's energies that you can't really see, but you definitely know that you can feel them.
Jerry, you have a good night.
Night, Jerry. we're bombarded with energies,
Yeah.
all of our devices, let alone what's already on the earth and in our magnetic field and all of that, but we are bombarded, and then we are psychologically bombarded, we're spiritually bombarded.
Yeah.
Kim, I agree, depression is a serious thing, and yeah, you can understand on a relative level, but there's a lot coming at us, and
Just what happens, you know, when you get stripped down and demoralized as a person, as a family, as a people, you know, it's tough. You know, you got
yeah.
old stripped down GMO banana shoe. Just looking at it and it's gonna bruise up.
Yeah. Where you been hiding now?
Yeah.
We're watching cops reruns.
What you gonna do? Yeah.
But I think it was last night, middle of the morning maybe. I was looking for something to watch because I kept thinking if I start a movie, I know I'll fall asleep and the movie will be on, and I just didn't want to leave my laptop open doing that. And so I was looking through YouTube, and there was a chase, a cop chase. It was, oh my gosh, something investigates. I can't remember what the channel was called.
JLR. JLR investigates.
It wasn't JLR. I've got him.
Oh,
Um, but anyway, the chase was these two motorcycles were running from the police. They had assaulted an officer, and so they were running from the police. Oh, and this was in California, like recent. um, and because I think Apple Dumpling said she saw them coming up the wrong way when she was going home. And that's what they were doing. They were flying through stop signs, red lights. It didn't matter. And I was like, this is not going to end well. So I quit watching it because I just, I didn't want to see the splat. I don't know how they stopped them, but
huh.
they weren't trying either. Um,
Oh.
after they got to a certain point, they were like, back off. And I've seen that here. We had a high speed chase with a motorcycle, and they will back off because they know it, that motorcycle hits anything, they're dead. And oddly enough, the last one that I was seeing, that's how live reports we get on Facebook. And they were saying, where they were at, where they were headed. And when they got to this town, they just went flying in and hit the back of a car, and they both flew, and it was just horrible.
Oof.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah. Every day in real time.
It's wild they don't stop them when it's like, well, if we keep going, the guy on the motorcycle might hit something and hurt himself, but what about everybody else on the road? Other drivers, pedestrians, innocent people, what about them?
Yeah. Especially at some point, okay, you've got his tag and everything, and the way Big Brother's set up, I mean, it can easily be tracked from if you're in a certain city from the time you step out your door till you get back. I mean, you could be seen on camera. At some point, you have to pull back to prevent extra casualties, I guess.
Yes.
You
Yeah, because you have the police that are speeding just as fast as they are. And I've seen that too, where the police wreck into innocent people just driving down the road. If you've got your windows up and your radio blaring like I usually do, you may not hear the sirens. I don't know.
I mean, it happens everywhere. I mean,
Well,
we even have police chases here, but if you ever turn it on, it always seems like it's that police chase in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
right. But it does happen everywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've had a few here that made like local news, but
Yeah.
I can see the point of de-escalating, but okay, so then where is accountability? Because they might have the license plate, or yes, there are cameras here and there everywhere in most cities, but that whole idea of at some point just let them get away because we might hurt someone too. Well, what about the impunity that gives to other criminals? You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
oh
yes.
yeah, definitely.
But they're not letting them get away. So what they do is whenever they back off like that, they'll be like, okay, they're heading into this county, and then that county sheriff will be waiting,
Yeah,
and
they'll have
they're
their tag
still
and
watching.
everything.
Yeah, they're still watching them, even if they're going into a town or a city. Those officers are already alerted and waiting. They know what highway they're on, and so they're always watching them. But to throw out uh, the what are those things called that they
Spike
stop?
strips.
Yes,
mm-hmm.
it would be just the same thing as shooting them, really, if they're on a motorcycle.
You ever?
I would
Uh,
think.
it was a demonstration video I seen, but it was where the cars they had this thing on the front where it kind of opened up with two arms and like a net, and they would drive up on them, and it would hit their back tire, and it would suck the little net up, and it would uh, like a pit maneuver. But I said, yeah,
Huh.
that just takes a lot of work. You know what I mean? And it's just one shot and you're done type deal. You got to be
Right.
like Spider Man doing 85. What's the odds of that working every time?
That's true.
But yeah, it's beyond even stopping and letting it go. It's just that ideology of people doing whatever they were doing to begin with, whatever got them in that particular situation. What led up to that point. What's the point in people's lives where things just break for the worse, where things don't seem like they can be put back together?
Yeah.
Well, the criminal mindset is going to do what it's going to do. Like I saw a recent clip of a car chase,
Yeah.
and the car getting chased got away because they shined like a 50,000 lumen light out there, like let's say put it out the driver's side window and shined it at the cop car behind them and blinded them, and it worked.
Oh my
So
goodness.
you see what I mean? People find a way.
Yeah.
Oh
So
yeah, that bright of a light. Yeah, it's gonna neutralize. It's like a flashbang.
yep.
You think about you just glance at your household LED for too long. It's like it's like it's staring at the sun.
Well, I think that's when you're supposed to have backup out there also.
It's got to have, I don't know, anti-flash detectors or something. I don't know. Gotta have some Batman gadgets. Gotta call in Batman.
Yep, 103 saw it. It did. It blinded the dash cam, but it also blinded the cops that were driving. And then I don't know where the perpetrators went, but they kept going. I was running.
Hmm.
Oh, especially down here. Shoot, there's still plenty of dirt roads left. You
Hmm.
don't
Oh
know where you're
yeah,
going. You don't know where you're going.
that's here. Well,
You know what I mean?
I had a pickup truck with two guys chasing me one night. It was late at night. I had gone to drop my daughter off, and thankfully I knew the back roads, and we hit this little spot in the road. I can't even call it a town. It's got a general store and a library, and that's it. And um, but I started just doing those blocks, going. I cut my lights. The moon was bright enough, thank goodness, and lost them, or else they gave up. But it was pretty close to my stepsisters. Went there, called the sheriff's department, and because I had the kids with me, I was like, you know, I've still got another 20 miles to go. I don't want to have these guys chasing me again. Can you please
Hmm.
take care of it? And um, I don't think they ever did show up out there, but they never did come talk to me or tell me all's clear or anything. Uh,
Right.
But they were real, what's it called, lackadaisy about it. When I called the dispatcher, she was like, "It's probably just some teenagers playing around." Well, I don't take that as playing around. Not when I have babies in the car with me.
Yeah, and you
No,
can't assume it's teenagers playing around. It might be, but
right,
why risk that assumption?
right. Oh, I know it, Kim.
Yeah.
That's I've seen. I just saw something about that. A 13-year-old at school getting stabbed, and then another one, teacher and two students or something. Stabbings are happening a lot more. They don't really cover those as much as the other.
Hmm.
We know why, but
Hmm. Yep. Somebody's got darkness in them that's got to come out, and they're going to be violent. It,
uh-oh, did I lose y'all?
like where there's a will, there's a way. It's
There. Yeah,
anything can be turned into a weapon.
and exactly. That's how the criminals get the weapons anyway.
they'll make them if they want them.
Yep. And I think that that's where we need stricter laws. We're seeing criminals let free, innocent people jailed. It's totally backwards. That's a thing that needs to be fixed.
That is terrible, Anne.
Oh my goodness. Well, Al, you're the one that decided to live up there in the North Pole. There's a reason I live in the South. We don't like that stuff. And it's coming here too tonight. That's what I was just trying to see if I could see the temperature. It's supposed to get down to 25. And it's still saying 42. I know, Al. I don't know. I've kind of gotten to where I could leave mine. Is that terrible? I mean, I would come visit them, but
Can you hear me now?
yes.
I don't know what happened.
I was wondering if it was me that I just lost
So I
everybody,
guess
but
I don't know. I guess y'all couldn't hear anything I was saying.
no.
That was weird. Huh. I don't even remember now.
Oh, and we lost Virginia.
Man, what's going on here?
I don't
They tried to
know.
get me, but I'm back.
So what were you talking about?
I don't know. I thought it was good, but I don't know. I'm like, well, maybe they didn't hear me.
Oh, thank you, Virginia, for coming up. I always enjoy talking to you. Love you. Okay, she jumped out. That was on her own.
Okay. It was a massive attack. I have to go to the bunker.
So how cold is it supposed to get there tonight?
Oh, shoot. I can't complain tonight. The low's not even going to get out of the 50s.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah. Thank God, because if it started raining again, I didn't know it was going to rain again, but we got rain last night and this morning, and now we got a band coming through that's supposed to last till about 2 or 3. But if that would have been when we get to Snowpocalypse 2.0, that would have been a good foot of snow.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Yeah, I need to fill my bathtub again. I gotta remember to put that on my list for tomorrow. Bubble
yeah,
wrap
just
on the windows.
make a list and check it twice.
Yeah. I never did
Just
get the
in
bubble
case.
wrap on the windows.
Let's see what you went through last time with your Snowpocalypse. You know what I mean? You know what to do this time.
Yes. Yeah. Got the buddy heater ready, blankets.
Get you some
So
hand warmers, stuff like that. They're pretty cheap, you know.
I need to get some of those. Thank you.
You can, you can get them at
Um,
like dollar stores, Dollar Tree. You can order a big pack of them from online, you know, but keep some of those on standby. They're always handy.
Yep.
Um, different things. Make sure got all your devices and stuff charged up, or any batteries and stuff. Keep them on standby. Check your flashlights if you hadn't used them in a while. Check them. Make sure the batteries is good.
Kim, if we get a heavy snow, there's no going to the job. The roads are closed. They shut down everything. We don't have the equipment y'all have. We don't have we don't, we can't even get snow chains for the tires. We can't even get that. We don't, we don't have the stuff like y'all do. Our roads are made different, everything. We're made for the heat. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. We get a few flurries and the whole city shuts down.
Yeah. Yep. I have my cold weather hat. It says America.
Yeah, once they say there's a chance of snow or ice, everybody's on standby. As soon as the first reported flakes are seen, everything's called off for the day. That's
Yeah.
how they do it. Places will still be open, but like uh, probably some banks and schools and stuff.
Salsa.
9 times out of 10, the Waffle House, they're still gonna be open. Can't hardly shut them down.
Right. No. Um, I don't believe there's climate change because isn't isn't the change supposed to be it's getting too hot? Mm,
I don't believe in it so much as how they say it. Like that. I mean, things are always changing and stuff. I mean, they have ways of influence and change.
yeah.
But I don't believe the whole climate change theory as far as they project it. That the paper wrappers on the straws is causing the climate change. The corn sweats,
Mm-mm.
cow farts. I mean, I'm sure all that type of stuff plays some type of aspect into everything, but no, I don't. You know, things change all the time. Seasons change.
Yep.
Whatever they were originally called, I don't know. Winter, we call them winter, spring, summer, fall, moon cycles, solar cycles, but
Mm,
they definitely try to manipulate it.
yes. Yeah, the piping's not meant for it. And that's another thing. So, um, if even like our homes, the roofs are not built to hold the weight of the snow. It's just every single thing is completely different from all of y'all up north. We don't have basements. We don't have. Uh, is it, it's just completely different. And but you people up north, I don't think you'd be able to handle a summer here either. It's the yin and yang.
Oh yeah, and then at least like up north in the winter, I mean, they have the access if they have it a safe way they could store stuff outside if it stays cold enough long enough.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they could have like root cellars,
Yep.
stuff like that. In the South, it's a little bit more difficult for us, you know, because I mean we go through a little cold like we're experiencing now, but it's not long term. You know, we don't get snow for days or weeks on end.
Yeah.
And like you said, people from
Oh,
up north might not be used to the humidity. The humidity in the South is something else to contend with.
dry cold and humid cold, totally different. That is absolutely true.
Oh yeah.
So we're typically humid down here, and uh, yep,
I mean, even like on a bad day, we could still be like 40, 50% humidity, you know?
yeah,
Oh, but then the summer, whatever the temperature is, that's pretty much the humidity till it gets over 100. Then it's just hot. You know, it'll be 95 with 95% humidity. And you're like, man,
yep. Are your houses 2x4s in Texas? Well, yeah. Like even the awning that I just had put on, the the structure posts are 4x4s, and then the rest of it's made by with 2x4s and metal sheeting. And he made it really good and sturdy. It's not going anywhere. But I don't think it has enough slope. If it snowed like Snowmageddon, I'm not sure if it would hold up. We'll see.
how big is the covering? Like a patio or like a porch?
Yeah, for the deck. So it's like uh, 10x10, something like that. It's
Oh, nice. So you got you a good little shaded spot.
yeah.
But yeah. All you need is to put you like a little net system around it and shoot. You wouldn't have to worry about nothing.
And I was thinking about that. Um, when the north wind was blowing, I have a sunshade that I used to have up there to block the sun, and but it doesn't stop the rain. And so, uh, yes, chessboard. He was over at Mad Shad's earlier. Um, so I was thinking about using that sunshade on the north side of the deck, pinning it up there just to block the wind.
Of that
Or
and the sun, that'll make a huge difference.
yeah, or putting up plastic until this crazy's over.
And it
And
still
then,
gives you the access to see through it, you know.
yes, walls are 2x4s. Studs, yes, we have 2x4 studs. But I am in a mobile home, and I doubt that it has 2x4 studs. I don't know what it has in the wall. They go by zones on a mobile home,
Yeah.
and mine's a Texas zone.
Oh shoot, that thing's good anywhere then.
Yeah, I don't know. Hope so. I know um it seems pretty insulated except for my closet. I don't know what they did to my closet, but it's like you're walking outside when you walk in there. Or maybe it's haunted, but it's brand new, so I don't know how it's haunted.
They put insulation and everything up.
I don't know. But whenever I had the closet redone, the roof insulation was changed, and we used the what is it, like R13? We used a good insulation on the roof in there.
Yeah. Hmm.
Would I ever leave Texas, and where if I had my dream? Oh my goodness, Kim. It would be a beach. Um, I don't know. It. I have thought about leaving Texas, and at that time it was Georgia. Um, I really like Kentucky. I don't know. That's a tough one. But Kentucky doesn't have a beach.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If I ever win the lottery and it's enough, I'm definitely buying a beach property somewhere.
Yep. And then another property inland if there's a hurricane.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If I win enough, yeah, I'll definitely have a beach home for the summer.
Yeah. You know, earlier when you were talking about the B&Bs, um, that's the big thing around here is yurts. And
Yurts,
it's,
yeah, the like a luxury tent.
yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, they'll put a queen size bed in there and electricity and nightstand with a lamp, and I call it glamping. I don't know.
Are these like people living in them all the time, or these like, or they're just renting them out to stay there for
No,
a
they just
time?
rent them out to
Okay.
stay there for like a week or whatever.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, I could see money in that, people doing that type of thing, you know?
Mm-hmm. I had thought about it, putting a couple out, because I have a huge piece of property that's just not used for anything. And but the thing is, then you have to provide a restroom, shower.
Yeah, you'd have to provide some type of water access and power source,
Yeah. And
or, yeah, especially if it's not near like any streams or water access, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, there would be a lot of things I would have to do to just to do that. So I don't know that it would be worth
Or,
the money
I don't know,
putting in.
could just be like the ultimate yurt experience, you just kind of set it up and it's just kind of like on the land style, you're removed from that aspect.
Right?
I mean, you could provide like a water source or something, but I don't know. But yeah, it would take something to set it up either way.
Yeah.
It's like I know this guy, well, his family, they got a bunch of land, one county below me down in Burke County. And uh it was years ago whenever they was announcing that they were going to expand Plant Vogel, which is a power plant not too far from me. He cleared out a bunch of land and made it like an RV park where like all these guys that's coming in and out of town and stuff, they could just bring their RVs or whatever, just pull it up. They got power, all that type of stuff.
Yes.
And he started doing that with a big portion of his land. And shoot, I know he's made money over the years doing that. I don't know what he charges, but still,
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
that would be good.
he's got it set up where you can get shoot, you probably could get hundreds of RVs in there.
Oh my goodness. Coffin fit again.
But yeah, even like the Masters golf tournament when it comes in here to town in April, the weeks before, or even shoot about mid-February, we start getting a bunch of calls from like people that's renting out their properties and they want to come have like inspections done or certain things changed out, or I don't know, maybe a fixture wasn't working and they want to get it replaced so they can rent their property out. We get a bunch of those calls. And I mean, shoot, some of these houses, I mean, they go all out.
They don't go all out too much here. They're pretty simple. They'll do like uh I don't know. It's usually a small metal building or a
Like a hospitality house.
yep, yeah.
You know,
Or, and they'll just put it. A lot of them don't even have a stove. They'll just have a um, microwave and refrigerator, just like if you were in a motel room. They'll always have a barbecue pit outside.
I got buddies that do like different type of services, and in and around the Masters, there's dozens of hospitality houses. And I mean, you already know how this type of thing works. They got it fully stocked with drinks, snacks, all type of stuff. Well, when the
Oh, wow.
Masters is over, they have to go in and clean all this stuff out. I mean, everything's got to go. I mean, it's just cases of unopened this or cases of unopened juice cans that was mixers.
Mm-hmm.
Get to take all that type of stuff home. I mean, it's unreal. They say, well, it's been paid for. We just need you to get it out of here.
That's cool. Hmm.
You'd be amazed the type of stuff that gets left behind.
Yeah, that's how I got one of my hats when my daughter was working at the resort. And it's a very expensive hat. She was like, "Do you like this?" And I said, "Yes, I like it." So, well, they won't come back and get it and won't give me an address to ship it.
It was all 4 years that I was in high school, ninth grade all the way up to a senior. During spring break, I worked at the Masters. That was a pretty cool experience.
I bet it was. What'd you do?
I just parked cars, and I didn't even have to get on them and driving. All I did was just had a vest and a radio, and they said, "All right, we're sending five in, park them in so and so." And I said, "All right," and all I was to direct them.
Oh, wow.
And it surprised me. People would just walk up and give me the money, and I say, "No, you don't pay me." I say, "You pay that guy over there." He said, "No, we already paid that guy over there." He said, "Here you go. Here's something for you." You know what I mean? I'm like, "All right, cool." But
That's awesome.
and then like people would just like give me badges and stuff. So I got a little collection of like badges from when I was up there.
Yeah.
And didn't have to worry about spending money because as long as you was up there, anything you wanted to drink or eat, I mean, it was provided. The Masters, they kept shipping out food and stuff, and the sandwiches they got, they're like so simple, but they're so good. Like you gotta like pimento cheese, but the pimento cheese sandwiches and the chicken salad and the
Mm-hmm.
specialty things like the peach ice cream, you know, it's all
Yeah.
made here locally by different companies.
Hmm.
If I get brave enough, I might go out and venture and get some footage when it comes into town. But it's a madhouse. I promise you it is.
I can imagine because that's a big deal.
And it was a couple years ago they finished up the project where Matter of fact, when I worked at the Masters, I worked in the old Freeman's Jewelers parking lot, which now, from when I worked there to now, it's totally different. The whole spot, the office that was there, they totally tore it down, and it's just like this big plot of trees and bushes. But it's directly across from like the main entrance, like the players and stuff come in. Magnolia Lane. Like if
Yeah.
you've ever seen the Masters and they show that shot of like going to the clubhouse, that's the shot. That was pretty cool. But they made this tunnel underneath the road. The road that runs parallel to the Masters is called Washington Road. But they dug this huge tunnel underneath the road, so like all the press and the players and stuff, they could park at this other huge lot across the street that they built up and just go underneath the road. Wouldn't even have to go across.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't been to Irving in a long time. And I was wondering if they did something like that up there for the Dallas Cowboy games. Because it was a
Oh
long walk
man.
to get to that.
Oh yeah, that's a massive facility.
Yeah. And we had to cross a pretty heavy trafficked road and just to get to the stadium parking lot.
That's how it is at the Falcons' new stadium. Oh man.
Yeah. That was a one time only life experience. I can't see those people that go all the time.
I was I was working with my boss. I think I might have been helping him do something, a little side something or something. I don't know what he was doing, but he got this call from somebody that had some electrical issues and wondered if somebody could come out and give him a quote. So he said, "All right, let's ride out there and see what's up.
Hmm.
Maybe something we could fix on demand. We don't really need a quote." So we make a long story kind of short. Uh, he wanted to put some lights up in his shed, and his shed already had power, so it was an easy fix. Throwing a switch, throwing a light.
Oh,
But
God.
this guy was literally, he's been in the papers and everything. He's the number one Atlanta Falcons fan, and I forget. This was like a couple years ago. I forget how long he said, but he's been to like every Falcons game. Even both times they went to the Super Bowl for, I forget, I don't know, like 30 something years straight.
Oh, my goodness. I
Um,
know there's people like that, even with baseball. I've seen that.
when they tore down the Georgia Dome and they built the new stadium. He's got his in his man cave. He's got his two season ticket seats that he had from the stadium.
Wow.
They gifted that to him. Um, that was pretty cool. He had all
Thirty-
type of memorabilia, jerseys.
Wow.
That was pretty cool. He was telling us all that stuff, and then not on top of that, he's a licensed skydiver instructor. So if you ever want to go skydiving, I mean, he's the guy to call. I mean, he's got, I forget how many flights and how many hours he's got logged, but it's an insane amount.
Wow. Al, where do you keep going? The
That was pretty cool.
biggest
And you,
event we have around here is the eclipse. That was, oh my goodness. And there were thousands
last
of
year's,
people.
last
Yeah,
year's or 2017.
last year's. And and then Christmas, thousands of people piling here. That's about it.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think it was the eclipse of 2017. Oh man, pretty much the totality of it crossed my area when it crossed like Georgia and South Carolina.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, that was eerie. I mean, that was the weirdest I've ever. I never experienced one, so that was pretty weird.
Oh,
Just
wow.
and then what was it last year? The one that came across, it was a different path, but we still got a portion of it. You still put on the little shades or whatever, and you could see it.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, It was really weird because when it happened, of course, it gets darker, but the temperature felt like it dropped like 20 degrees just then. It,
Yeah.
it was weird.
Yeah, I forget that exact effect, but yeah. Like even like in the summertime, sometimes you can feel it. It'll get real cool all of a sudden, and you know the storm or something's brewing.
Okay, flight simulator classes. Is that like where you can get used to flying? Just curious.
Oh yeah, you know, different types of aircraft. Yeah.
I'm not jumping out of a plane, but I would like to be able to fly. I think I would. I don't know. It's seen that there were like 3 plane class crashes within 2 days. That's kind of what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just suck it up. Yeah, my floors are, and I have carpet in my bedroom. But before I went live, all of a sudden my feet were like ice, and so I put on a pair of socks. What's a hard no man? Flying? Yeah, I kind of have this control thing. If I'm not driving, at least I know I can give commands in the passenger seat. Do you fly? Wildlife?
I have flown. I haven't flown in a while, but I have.
Does it bother you?
I mean, not really. I mean, there's that. I mean, just like in anything, I mean, there's that little thought that's going to be in the back of your mind.
Hmm.
I think probably and I wasn't even really freaked out, but I thought the worst time was I was flying and it was cool the whole way, you know, watch the little TV in front of you or whatever, and then it's telling us, all right, you know, it's going to be a little turbulent weather or whatever
Oh,
they say,
Lord. Yeah.
and it got a little rocky, and I was still cool, but it was like I don't know how many seats up on the opposite side there was this guy, and I could just
Uh,
once I seen him start fidgeting, and I was just kind of like fixed on this guy. I'm like, what's this guy's deal, you know? Then all of a sudden, sure enough, he unbuckled his seatbelt and he just looked like he was fixing to get ready to whatever he had for breakfast was coming up. And
oh,
I'm
my
thinking,
goodness.
please do not let this guy go on me under between the process. And he's stumbling and bumbling, and he made it home. He made it all the way where he had to go, but yeah, he couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
It's more rougher on like the smaller planes, you know. I mean, the
Yeah.
bigger planes, you can. I mean, anything can happen, but you know,
Well, it just shocked me. I guess first I was just shocked at the size because when you see them on TV, you see these 3 rows of seats and big aisles and um just looked more roomy. And when I got on there, I was like, wait, what?
yeah,
2 rows of seats against the windows and little aisle. And yeah, and then and I only flew from San Antonio to Dallas. And the first thing was felt like something stayed behind. And then when we got to Dallas, they were having a pretty good storm, turbulence, but it was like we were hitting a brick wall. And by then I was like already sweating bullets. That movie Airplane, that's no joke. Dude, that really happens.
Oh yeah.
I don't sweat. And it was all the people around us, they had their little vents pointed at me, trying to calm me down. My mother's like, put your head between your legs. Tried that, and I was like, ugh, no, that's not helping. And she goes, look out the window. No, that didn't help either. It was just not. And the doctor
Oh,
gave it a big old long name, and she got three free flights because I blew it. I blew American Airlines record out the window.
thanks a
Laid
lot
that
for all the new regulations.
right. I delayed that airplane, but because they had to pull our luggage out, it was 45 minutes at least. My brother was waiting in California, and he's like, didn't know what was going on. He just saw delayed. So he
Was
was
that your
freaking out.
was that your first time flying?
Yep, one and only.
Mm,
Never been on a plane
yeah.
since.
It's like anything, yeah, you can't really fully grasp it till you experience it. But yeah, see, I mean, you don't. It's not like you're in a car ride. You're like, all right, pull over, let me out.
Yes.
You get 50,000 feet up there, however high. Even like cruise ships. I've heard of people saying, "Oh yeah, I want to go on the cruise," and then they finally get on it and get about, I don't know, 100 miles out there, and they start freaking out and want to go back home.
Yeah.
So
And what did I see chessboard say a while ago? Oh, worked on the Air Force simulator.
oh man, that was intense.
But what's a simulator? What?
It's like you sit in it and it's got like all your controls and modules and buttons and like a
Mhm.
real aircraft would have, or whatever you're simulating, a truck, or aircraft, a tank, and it just simulates you. And it may be one of the type that as you turn, the simulator turns, to simulate that whole effect. You know, you
Okay.
you veer hard right, and the seat or whatever may spin or jerk hard right.
So it's like you're flying it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's
Okay.
simulating real flight of whatever aircraft or device is simulating. Yeah, I even seen a video where this guy. Well, there's probably other people that do it, but this guy, he had like a big rig simulator, and he had like multiple screens set up around him where it was like a, not a 360, but a view, and he had all the gears and everything. I said, man,
Hmm. So Canada does the census every 5 years. We do it every 10 years.
when is there? Okay, so they'll be doing one this year.
Yep. But it seems like there was one in 22, wasn't it?
In Canada?
No, here.
I'm sure ours was in 2020.
It should have been in 2020, but
Did they defer? Did they defer the census?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering if they did because
Can you
of,
defer a census?
I don't
I'm sure
know.
you can,
I guess you could.
but I mean, even I don't know. Even by something like that, it's still not accurate. You can't account for everything.
No.
You know what I mean? There's so many X factors that you can't. The number's never going to be 100%. It's
Yep.
pretty much an average of whatever data you were able to collect.
Exactly. It's all in the data. I worked it until, I guess, 2010 was the last time I did it. I all the, didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I knew what I was doing, but I thought it was for a good reason. And then now learning all of this stuff, it's like, well, played that part. Well,
Just when you think you've got the book figured out, you realize there's more chapters left.
yes.
There's always knowledge or something to be absorbed somewhere. We just have to
Well,
figure out on our path where it's got to be directed.
yeah. And that's the thing is now I can say, okay, when they do the mapping, they get every little building, every single little building, whether it's a shed or
Oh
a
yeah,
little where they catch the school bus, just a little, it's almost like a doghouse, but taller.
yeah,
Yep.
all that type of stuff. Street view, aerial view. Yeah.
And that's what they told us is just for account of the people. But then when the form changed, and I saw it change where they started asking income and all this stuff. And then it was, well, we're just getting the median income for this area. I mean, they had a reason for everything that, because a lot of times you do look that up. Whenever I was looking up other places to live, what is the median income? You know, how prosperous is it there? Are jobs available? Whatever. So I can see that, but at the same time, it's like still for the dadgum government.
Oh yeah.
Yep. All of a sudden you hear Pink Floyd. Another brick in the wall. Yep.
I mean, I know it's a lot colder up there at times, but I mean, it's set up similar. You know, you have a lot of your base population that's in bigger cities, but I mean, you still have so many people on those outskirts. I mean, it's hard to account for those type of people.
Yeah.
You know, some people just might have went totally off the grid, or unfortunately, some people pass away and they don't know it. You know, and or
Yeah.
homeless. Can't account for the homeless population.
Yeah. I don't know how they would do that now. But
I mean,
well, we don't have any homeless, but um yeah, I don't know how they do that.
you know, the people that just kind of disappeared from the system. You know, that society's just forgot about. It's hard to track those people.
Yep. Always a way to know where you are, huh? Uh,
That's why they just give everybody a phone. I guess it makes it a whole lot easier.
true. There's a way you can set it up to make your location wherever.
Oh yeah, there's always a way like that type of stuff.
Eh, the wind's picking up. is blowing in.
I know it was some of the counties around me. They said that they had a Land Lake advisory, but it didn't affect my area.
Hmm. I know when it gets really windy when the chicken coop's roof starts rattling. It's not doing that yet. I've had people asking me for my chicken coop.
You gotta get you some chickens to put in it.
I know. Well, I just had a fence put up for it to kind of contain them more. And so I just need a covering over that whole area or uh, someone that knows how to clip their wings, I guess. Keep them from flying out of it.
How big is the area, you think?
Mm, it's kind of a triangle shape. It's about 20 feet long. And then the widest area is probably about 15 feet
Okay.
wide. I mean, it's a pretty good area for them.
So you've already got a perimeter structure. You just need something to go over top.
Yep. Have the gate to get in and out of it. And the
Get you, I don't know.
coop needs some work.
A
Need to,
lot of different options.
yeah.
Um, I don't know if you was to ever order any shade cloth for like your porch or your deck. You should order a little extra or something, or maybe put some of that over top, That'd keep them shaded, protected, or
Yeah.
keep whatever predators might try to get in on them.
That's what I was thinking. Tarp some and then chicken wire.
Especially if you got like hawks or any of those type of birds in your area.
We do. There you go, Sean. Thank you for the plug. Oh, you're so cute.
Yeah, if you got access and availability to do chickens, do it. I mean, not only for the eggs, but I mean, fertilizer and
Yes, keeping the bugs.
keep the pests and your shoot. They're like goats. They'll mow some stuff down.
David's asking, what's the watt of the day?
Oh, the water today. Let's see. Sure, I can find the water today. Let me see here.
He put one 80 years ago today. Or did I misread that?
Hey, well, it's officially after 12 o'clock on the East Coast. So today is National Popcorn Day. So when you get your popcorn ready, we could be in for a show, ladies and gentlemen. How fitting is that? I didn't even know that today is National Popcorn Day.
Right? Well, it is almost one here. I didn't even notice the time.
Which, how fitting, it's also National Pew Pew Appreciation Day. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I don't know if that's fitting, but I guess that's always two good things to have on standby.
No, we're not, Wayne. Only if you let them. Oh my goodness.
I don't know if y'all remember the BlackBerry phone devices, cell phones.
I
It
do
was
remember
today.
hearing that.
It was today in 1999 that the first BlackBerry was unveiled.
Hmm. And when?
1999,
99. Oh, okay.
January the 19th, 1999.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I remember as a kid when those things came out, but that was a pretty wild year. That was the whole Y2K year. So I'm thinking, well, come out with a new cell phone and the internet's supposed to be shutting down. What kind of sense does that make?
Right.
You know, I was a kid, I didn't understand it, but I remember the adults in the news. Soon as like summertime hit or when summer was winding down, that's all you saw in the news was Y2K, Y2K.
Yep.
Shoot. Of course, we didn't have no cable or no internet, so shoot, I went to sleep and woke up. I was thinking, well, I hope everybody else is all right. Yeah, business as usual here.
And I fell for that one too. The school was sending papers home. Make sure you have plenty of water, food. They had a whole list of what you needed to have. And um,
Well, I'm
so
sure they sent me home with one. I'm sure.
so that was New Year's Eve. And I had the whole family, mom, stepdad, everybody in the house. We were playing games. And after midnight, we still kept playing games till about 1. Well, nothing happened. TV's still working. Okay.
Yeah, I think the only thing we had digital that would have told the time would have probably been the VCR.
Yeah.
Besides maybe a clock or something, maybe. But as far as the internet time shutting down, yeah, we didn't have no internet, so shit, we didn't know.
Mm-mm. I didn't have any internet.
They're still partying in New York. The ball dropped, you know.
Yeah. Right out. That's why I'm like, I don't know. Because Jehovah's Witnesses putting those flyers on our doors for the past, well, all my life, saying it's the end of the world. And then those things, it's like, what's that called? Is it Chicken Little, the sky's falling, or the boy that cried wolf, or
They
any
know
of those?
any of those kind of stories.
Yes. And so when something actually is bad, are we going to believe it?
It's just I don't know. I think sometimes people would think like when people say it's the end of times or the end of the world. It could be. It doesn't have to be both. It could be one thing. Like it could be the I don't know, the end of a time. You know, like how they classify different periods of time. You know, the Bronze Age, the Renaissance era. Different times they give periods over the history. I don't know. You could have
Chessboard.
a end of times, but not necessarily the end of the world in a way.
Right. And I do believe that we could be transitioning into something, not sure
No,
what.
I need to look
Yeah.
into that.
You saw his question?
Yeah, I see it now. You got it posted. Sometimes I get sidetracked away from chat. I apologize,
Okay. No, you're all right.
but
That's good, Al.
Well, yeah, but I could imagine, yeah, there's think tanks somewhere that's got it all on pencil and paper how they think things would go
Yeah,
or how they like them to go. But that doesn't mean it'll always go that way, you know.
there's people who are paid to figure that out, actually, to um, even as far as the behavior of people in situations.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And but at the same time, nothing is absolute. No matter what they plan, no matter what they put out there.
Yeah. They may win a few battles here and there, but that doesn't mean they're going to win the war.
Right.
Just because you get a black eye don't mean you ain't going to fight again, you know. It's just, hey, got back up.
Oh no, Anne. The cold weather in Texas is not even near the only problem. It's not even that big of a problem. I mean, if
Oh,
do what?
oh no, I just clicked on chat when he said about the Adam and Eve story. And I
Yes,
did hear something about that. I haven't did any research on it specifically, but I have heard about it.
yeah, and he put the link. I'm ready if my power goes off. The only thing that would be really bad for me is if I have any pipes break, because I can't get under my house. So I'd have to hire a plumber, and that would be costly.
Or you could always get like those little well, nothing's really cheap anymore, but like those cheaper like little silver like little dome lights that you can like clip on places, like a little
Yes,
lamp light, and you could like put that underneath there, clip it on maybe your underpinning or something. Like I don't know where the water first comes in or like wherever it may go up to like a sink or something, you know.
yeah, yeah.
I've seen people do that before. It's like when we was a kid, we used to just it didn't ever really get real cold, but we'd always keep like a lamp on in the pump house and just that little bit of radiant heat and everything would, you know.
That's uh that reminds me. I need to tell my daughter to do that to the pump house.
Yeah, just in case, you know.
Yep, because they'll be leaving town, and
Are they gonna be gone like during the whole yeah, if they're gonna be gone during that, yeah, make sure everything's winterized and safe first.
yes, Mama did put a Generac on the house, and so they have that, but um, that
Is it
doesn't
one
protect the pump.
is it one of those ones that come on automatically if power's
Yes,
lost?
yes,
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
yeah. After they sat out there for 2 days with no power, freezing to death, I went out there and I was like, "You have had no power for 2 days and you didn't let me know." I was furious. And so right then, I got her to get a buddy heater, and then I took her propane bottles for it, and then some people online told me about a Generac. And I told her, check into this. And so she and my brother talked about it and finally agreed. Put a big propane tank out there for it.
Yep.
And that's another thing that they need to check is the propane. I can't see that it would be down because it's only cut on once since they have had it.
Sure, it's got some type of regulator or something on there that would kind of give them an estimate, or
Yeah.
you know, if you could, know when the last time it was filled up or something, depending on how the tank is. If you haven't had to use it in a while, I know a lot of those uh, generators of that style. When we install them, you program them and set them up where it does like a test mode where the motor and stuff it'll fire up just to keep everything running, and you could set it up for
Yeah.
whatever day or whatever time you want. You could set it up weekly, bi-weekly.
Huh.
Um, that just keeps everything fresh and running in between the times of you having to use it.
Yeah. So you know it's working.
And it don't run real long. It just goes through all its test modes and fires it, everything off, and then it shuts off. But
Yeah.
if you hadn't had to use it a lot, you probably got enough. But just check it.
Oh, thank you, Lisa. Did not know that. You would think that the people who installed it would come and do that or something. Because I know Mama set up where other people were responsible for stuff because she couldn't do it.
How long ago was it installed?
Um, I think at the beginning of last year, like,
Oh, so within the
mm,
last couple years?
oh yeah, it,
I
I'm
don't.
pretty sure it was last year.
I don't know if you have like the paperwork, or whatever, and see whoever did it. You probably could contact them and see if there was any service plan included with it or anything. I don't know how that goes.
I will do that.
But like
It's
Lisa
been,
said, it cranks up, and that's one of the things it does is it keeps the battery charged. Because if not, over time, just keeping that constant power on of it having to connect to like your Wi-Fi and stuff, I mean, it would drain your battery. It's like
yeah,
in a car battery. You just sit there with the radio on all the time. Eventually, it's going to go dead.
I'll get that checked out. Goodness.
But we do that. We'll call it however the plan's set up or however their generator's set up. Every so often, we'll go out there to certain customer's house and change the oil, check the fluids, put a new filter on it. You know. But the main thing is, I will tell you, um, if it's where you got it set up where it runs, unless you got it running or it's doing a test run, it's good to keep those type of things covered because leaves and all different type of debris. We went and serviced one and it looked like I don't know, something that was trying to get in there and make a little nest. Um,
Um,
but yeah, I have seen from just my interaction with them, it's good to keep them covered up until you're doing that monthly service or if you have to use it.
well, she said it automatically does it. I don't have to turn it on. Does it itself.
Or
Hopefully.
yeah, you can do it manual mode or you can do it where it's automatic.
Yeah,
You pick the time and day you want to do it, because of course you don't want to. Of course, if you live in a neighborhood, you don't want to fire it up at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
right.
Instead of like sometime during the day when most people's gonna be away or something, and it just does its thing.
Yeah, I'll have to check into that. Yeah, there's been so many things. Ugh. So many things that you don't think about until Like,
It happens.
she had a insurance that covered the appliances. Well, we didn't know about it, and so it expired in October, and November found out that the refrigerator and dishwasher were both leaking. So got those out of the house, put the ones from the new one in the house. And I'm like, ugh. And I told my brother, I said, "You're the one that was out here shredding all the paperwork. You could have said something."
Oh yeah.
So that wasn't covered. But
It's like we had a service call the other day to this like a retirement facility, you know.
hmm
Um and they said that their dryers wasn't working. They wasn't getting enough power. It was like,
yeah.
okay, we get out there. As soon as we get to the laundry room, uh we told the ladies, we was asking the ladies in there that was working with it, what's going on, and they was like, I don't even know why they called y'all. It's not even an electrical issue. We told them it's working. It's just not working properly. What it is they're doing so much laundry. They're just using regular household washing machines and dryers, and just the
hmm
volume that they're trying to do it at, it's just burning them up too quick. They need like commercial style
Yes.
washers and dryers. We checked the voltage, proper voltage, and everything. I mean, even the ladies that was doing it, they were knowledgeable. They was like, yeah, we clean out all the filters, the hoses, and everything. It was like, we told them it wasn't an electrical issue. We've been telling them we need commercial grade, but they still wanted us to come out there and check.
Yep.
The lady was like, she's like, I've been here 6 years, and that's like the fourth or fifth set they done got.
Oh my goodness.
Nice facility, beautiful, clean, nice facility, but uh, they just got to upgrade get better washing machines and dryers.
Yep. Hmm. Yeah, I bought a thing that goes down below the lint filter, or from the outside. It pulls all that lint out, and because I'm pretty sure that needs to be done. Been here 6 years and it hasn't been done.
Oh yeah, you want to check that on a regular. Of
Yep.
course, depending on how much you're doing laundry, it varies between people. But yeah,
And
every
what
couple
type
months
of
or once a
laundry?
month.
Yep.
Maybe not once a month, but check it on a regularly if you think about it.
Oh, there's so much maintenance to a home.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like that big huge house that was talking about that just did the electrical in it. Yeah, you build a big old nice home like that, but think of the maintenance bill on something like that.
Yes. Yeah. Just these little ones is, I mean, mine's not little, but still, compared
Still
to that,
costly.
it's little.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shoot. It's like going out and buying a jet. Yeah, you just bought a jet, but you got to pay to house it somewhere, the upkeep, the maintenance on that jet.
hmm Rain, I'm so sorry. Mm. Yeah.
Definitely pray.
111.
Definitely keep praying about it.
Absolutely. All things are simple. I don't know about that.
A lot of things can be simple. Sometimes we
Mhm.
can overcomplicate things in a way, I guess.
Yeah, we'll be praying for that, Wayne, if that's what you want. It, in the end, it's His will, though. I, yes. Oh my gosh. That's terrible, Sean. And we started talking about that right at the beginning with Virginia. Good night, Lisa. You have good night. Bless you. I just can't imagine. I It's that control thing. I like to be in control of myself.
It's all about the test and the battle, you know. Sometimes you may pray for calmer waters, but God will just give you bigger waves to deal with, see just how strong you are to get through those calmer
Yeah,
waters that you shall see.
yeah. That's what everyone keeps. How are you holding up? Just, it's the way you think about it, too. You
It
know,
is
both of my parents, I know that they're in a better place. I know they're not suffering anymore. And so that's a comfort. And just talking to talking to the Lord. I do a lot of talking to the Lord,
definitely.
and I just find things to just keep me going. The the work that I'm doing right now, you know, even doing this, the lives, it's y'all are a blessing to me. It's like s- visiting with friends. I mean, we may not be in person, but and to see that it's not. A lot of people have it just as bad or worse, and
You can think about
spending.
it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, just being there to support each other.
Definitely. You think about it like this: the devil's not going to come after anybody that doesn't have something he wants. You know, burglars don't break into empty houses.
That's right.
You know,
Yeah. 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 This past year, my life has changed so much. I was sitting thinking about that last night. not babysitting baby girl anymore, not having to go and take care of mama or my stepdad and in some kind of like, but I can kind of do anything I want to do now. Hmm. This
Yeah,
could be scary.
it's just a new chapter, a new adventure, you know.
Yeah,
Anything we haven't seen yet could be a little scary or intimidating.
true.
But, you know, I mean, you have to have some time for you or do things you want to do.
Yeah,
You know, it's like anything. Long as the family's in a safe place, a secure place, you have to have a little you time, no matter who it is.
it's true.
My me time will be when it starts warming up consistently and I can start putting some plants in the ground.
Yes.
Then I will be able to have my woo-saw moment, you know.
Back to work. Yeah,
But I like it. I enjoy it, you know.
yeah. That's what I've seen a lot of them that said they shovel their roofs. I just cannot imagine just shoveling the driveway. Sounds horrible to me. And
Yeah.
shoveling a roof. Mm,
I'm glad I don't have that chore on my list.
yeah, me too.
If I had to do it, I could do it and I would do it, but I'm glad I don't.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Even with the cold spells that we do get, it's not anything like what they get, like what they're talking about in Canada or what Al has up there in North Dakota. It we can still get in our vehicles and go to wherever we want to, or
Oof.
it's unless the roads are iced over, and even then, that only lasts a day or two. It's not like them; they have months of that stuff.
Said North Dakota?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. I bet they get blizzards and everything.
Yes. And that's what he was saying. It's negative degrees up there. And that's why I was like, well, he chose to live up there in the North Pole.
I imagine once it all thaws out, I imagine it's nice. You just got to get through that winter period.
Yeah. And I'm sure that they are used to it, or they know it's a way of life for them up there.
Yeah.
It's like us with the heat. We have to figure out ways to stay cool if we're outside and try not to have heat exhaustion or stroke or whatever. It's way of life. Well, what? You ready to close this one up?
It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much for coming up. Enjoyed
Always a
talking to you.
pleasure. Well,
Thank
you have a
y'all for
blessed.
joining us. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just telling all them. Thank y'all all for joining us tonight. Stay warm wherever you are.
Oh, definitely.
I wonder
Yeah.
if Arizona's going to get this
There
freeze
could be
thing.
portions. I imagine, yeah. Certain
Yeah.
elevations could get it. I don't really know if I know anybody out there in Arizona.
Well, Wayne here is in Arizona. That's what made
Yeah.
me wonder. Hmm.
Could be. Yeah, depending on what part you're in. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, y'all stay safe and blessed and have a good night and a good morning. Happy Sunday, everybody.
You too, Wildlife. You take care. All right. Let me close it up. Stay warm. Stay safe. Keep your eyes open. Gonna get through this no matter what. You're cold. I'm sorry. I know you're not used to it in Arizona either. We'll get through this. Thank you, chessboard. God bless y'all. Have a good night. I'm gonna try to go live Wednesday night. Not Wednesday. Monday night. So we got 2 birthdays. So if I can, I'll see y'all then. Good night.